Hey everyone, how are y'all? Marissa, how are you? Loaded Hot, how are you tonight? Hey Elliot, how are you? I'm sorry y'all, I was late. I had to go throw some clothes in the washer. All my stuff moved around here real quick. Hey Delene, how are you tonight? Megan L, how are you? Hey Bethea, how are you? Hey Jamie. Tech Death, how are you? 9mm, how are you tonight? Hey Glowbug. Jen E and Truth Seeker, how are y'all? Bethea, I'm doing good. Thank you. White Widow Baby, how are you? Hey, Cool Gamer, how are you tonight? And thank you. Julie, you doing okay tonight? Hey, Emerald Queen. Werewolf Queen, are you doing good tonight? Sorry for all my tweet DMs earlier today. To who? Jen, did you send me some? Hey, Dub, how are you? Oh, Jen, I just realized that was you. Okay, no, you're fine. Musical, yeah, I talked to him yesterday after he got home from the hospital, and he said he was doing fine. Hoping for answers. How are you? Hey, Valerie, how are you? Scott, how are you tonight? Hey, Cujo. Rosie, how are you? Lori and CJ, Big Al is doing okay. I talked to him yesterday after he got home. He said he was doing okay. So I don't know if he'll get to stop in tonight or not, but hopefully he will. Hey, Jessica Lynn, how are you? Wait, what up, baby? I'm doing good. And I want to apologize for last night. I know I was supposed to do a live last night, and I had a really bad headache. So I lay down, wasn't planning on going to sleep, ended up falling asleep and not waking up till like 12:30 this morning. So that is the reason why I didn't go live. And I did talk to Sleuthy, and she had something that had came up, so she wasn't going to be able to come up anyway. So uh, maybe another night we can get her up here. It's okay. My thought was, Sally Mae, I wasn't planning on going to sleep. Loaded Hot, I had a really bad migraine, and I was just going to lay down, and then I planned on getting back up and, you know, uh, scheduling everything. And yeah, I was out. All right. So I guess everybody has heard the news today that they have canceled the prelim for June the 26th because they had a secret grand jury yesterday. And now Monday, he's supposed to do his arraignment. So you needed to sleep? Yeah, I really did, Lori and CJ. And Cujo, you're right. I needed the break. But I mean, I've had a couple of breaks the last couple of weeks when I was out of without a computer. So, but yesterday my head was just pounding bad. So yeah, Monday the 22nd, he'll go in for his arraignment. Uh, it's going to be a different judge. This dude here is Judge John Judge is his name. Marissa, I don't think it's going to be live streamed, and I have all the court documents and everything. They do say that they are going to allow one person in with a camera. Hey, Rhonda, how are you? They're going to allow a person in for still shots. And then there was something else, but I have all the documents here that I can go over. But then it says later on in the document that no live streaming is allowed in the courtroom. So I'm assuming unless the judge changes it, we may have to wait until after the hearing on Monday before they put it out, and then we'll just watch it from there. See, do we get to see this, or is it all secret now? I mean, Lori and CJ, they did seal the witness list. Um, in the court documents, it claims the state is saying that witnesses and potential witnesses have been harassed in person and on. Hey, Bullets, how are you? Stargazer, how are you? Hey, American Princess. Um, that they've been harassed in person and on social media. So he wanted all the witnesses' names and all that to be sealed. So they did seal that as well. Let's see. There's like 5 different docs that were dropped today. The first one has to do with the media coalition. I can go over it last. But we do have the indictment that we can go over. Rosie, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Hey, Jody is cool. How are you? Rhonda, we're happy to have you. Okay, so let me grab this document of the indictment. So do we think that the grand jury and this sealed stuff is done now because of all the bullshit going on? Marissa, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who the jurors were. Uh, there's no telling how many of them they even had. Hey, Iris, how are you? Well, thank you, Rhonda, for your support. And Stargazer, it finally went away. The migraine did. Eric, how are you? Okay, let's grab this first one. uh, Elliot, yes, I can see your messages. You had one said this is such a miscarriage of justice. I'll be wearing all black on Monday because I'll be in mourning. I saw that one. I don't know if there was any. Oh, hold on. It may help if I put my chat on live chat. Hey, Prosser Gang, how are you? Vapor, how are you? Okay, so yeah, Elliot, I could see your messages. I might not have seen them all because my chat was on top chat. Usually I put it on live chat as soon as I come in, and I didn't. Bullets, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. And Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. And I know what else I haven't done. I haven't pinned the email to the top of the chat. All right, so there, we got that. Crime Crazy, how are you? Who's that girl? How are you? Crime Crazy, did you get all of your stuff taken care of? Okay. All right. So this is the indictment. It says Bryan C. Kohberger is accused by the grand jury of Latah County. And let me zoom this in a little bit so y'all can see it. Oh, done just another meeting in an hour. Okay. Well, at least you're getting some of it done. Okay, can everybody see this real quick? If not, I think I might can zoom it in just a little bit more. Okay, thank you, Michelle. All right, so it says Bryan C. Kohberger is accused by the grand jury of Latah County by this indictment of the crimes of burglary in the Idaho Code 18, 1401, and 1403, a felony count 1, murder in the first degree. And all of these are the same. It's the Idaho Code 18, 4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Count 2 is murder in the first degree in the same Idaho codes. Count 3 is murder in the first degree, and count 4 is in the murder of murder in the first degree. And then it says here, so count 1 on the for the burglary is the defendant Bryan C. Kohberger on or about November the 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. All right. And then the next ones are all going to be the same. It's just going to have the kids' names for each count. And it says count 2 is murder in the first degree. The defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November the 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. So count 3 says all the same stuff, but it is for Kaylee Gonzalez. Count 4 says all the same, but this one is for Xana Kernodle. And then count 5 is the first degree murder charge for Ethan Chapin. See, I imagine they don't want to risk a mistrial, and BK feels his rights to fair trial is at stake with all the publicity, so the grand jury is probably so that they do this right. Possibly. Hey, Bryan, how are you? Okay. And then on the last page here, the indictment, it just says that all of which is contrary to the form, force, and effort of the statutes in such case made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Idaho. A true bill presented in open court on May the 16th of 2023. Yeah, it'll still go to trial. Monday, he will enter his plea of either guilty or not guilty. And then I'm sure at that time, or maybe at a later date, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they would then schedule the trial. And there's no telling how long that we'll have to wait for that. All right, so that's the entire indictment. It was only 3 pages. Okay, trial in 2027 with the way Little Liar plays. Hopefully it's not going to be that long. Hope not. All right, let's grab the next one. This is just going to be the notice of the hearing. Hey, Boomer Girl, how are you? All right, so the state of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger. This is a notice of hearing, and it says the notice is given that the above entitled case is set for the arraignment in district court on, this is Monday, May the 22nd at 9 a.m. with Judge John Judge. Obsessed for Disneyland. How are you? So it's going to be at the Latah County Courthouse, has the address and all that. It was dated May the 16th, which was yesterday. And then it says that I certify that on this date, I served a copy of the attached to William Thompson got it, Jeff Knight, Ingrid Beatty, uh, Eliza Masseth, and Ann Taylor, along with Bryan Kohberger. Hey, Tina Marie, how are you? LJ, how are you? Brian, what is the second time you've done? You've done what? All right, so that one is just one page. For the hearing. There is another page that talks about all the courtroom stuff that they're going to have that's going to be going on. Let me grab that. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Apparently, grand jury can subpoena witnesses and the witnesses can provide hearsay testimony. I'm wondering if Bethany came in and testified before the grand jury. Okay, where the heck is my mouse, people? Oh, shit. Hey, Nina. Yeah, my mouse just, the flipping batteries just went out in my mouse. Hold on. Son of a bitch. All right. Y'all, I can't mute, but give me like 2 seconds. I got to run and grab a backup mouse. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hold on. I had to go steal my son's mouse, y'all. Hold on. I got to get it hooked up. Give me just a second. Oh, shit. All right, y'all. Oh, shit. Okay. I got to get batteries for that tomorrow. Okay, let's see. Little Lauder's going to start pissing people off because she is going to feel disrespected by not being pinned first. I mean, she probably is going to be upset, but I mean, honestly, there's really nothing she can do about it. But baby, I literally had to steal his mouse, and I don't. It's a huge mouse. It's like one of the big gaming mouse that they use for gaming stuff, and it's like huge. And then I was over here knocking stuff over, and yeah, so I do apologize. Hey, Alexander, how are you? Okay, let me make sure I haven't missed anybody coming in. What the heck? Good Lord, y'all, there is stuff. Oh no, no. I don't want to, I don't need to Dear Jesus. Okay. Let's see, we may have to have a secret grand jury on the stolen son's mouse. He'll be okay. I'll give it back to him once I'm done with the live because he usually doesn't get on his computer anyway when I'm live, so I'll give it back then. And I'll just get Troll to grab me some batteries tomorrow. Hey, Don, how are you? CB, how are you? Okay. All right. Now I gotta share this. And y'all can probably hear this mouse clicking. That's one reason why I don't like it. But I do apologize. I will have batteries tomorrow. Uh, you don't have a mouse, you have a badger. Rhonda, this thing is like huge. I'm so used to like the little ones that they have. This one is just like bigger than my hand. It's crazy. See, heads out. Just mailed you about a battery charger that comes with her charger. Okay, thank you, Werewolf Queen. Okay, so this is the order covering the courthouse and the courtroom conduct. So this order governs the courthouse and the courtroom conduct. I gotta zoom this in. Everybody can see it. Hey, No Way, how are you? See, so 3 hearings was the third one in May. Okay, so they were supposed to have, they originally had scheduled one for May the 25th. That was for the Gonzalez family. And then they ended up canceling it and scheduling the hearing for the 22nd for the Gonzalez family and the Media Coalition. Michael T., how are you? Um, I've got to go back and find, because if they've got those still scheduled. I seen a thing earlier today. Let me see if I got a screenshot of it. Hold on, let me check real quick before I get into this. Okay, so it still says that May the 22nd at 11 a.m., the motion hearing is still scheduled. Then they have one at 10 a.m. on the 22nd. It's a hearing that is still scheduled. And then they have one at 9 a.m., which we know is the arraignment. It's still scheduled. They've canceled the prelim. So apparently the motion hearings and all that are still going to go on. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, put this towards your new battery charger. Thank you, honey. That was very nice of you. See, 9, 10, and 11. So, yeah, the 9 o'clock one is going to be the arraignment. And then I guess the 10 and the 11 one is going to be the whole motion hearings and all that. Miller Tom, how are you? Okay, 3 of them packed in one morning. Yeah, they literally have the 9 o'clock is going to be the arraignment. So I'm guessing they're apparently they think that's only going to take an hour. And then 10 o'clock is a motion hearing, and then 11 o'clock is going to be a motion hearing. Because, they originally had said that the motion hearings that was going to be scheduled for the 22nd we were going to be able to live stream that. So I don't know if they're still going to allow us to do that or not. Okay, let's get back to this now. So I actually heard earlier today that all of BK's upcoming hearings, apart from Monday, had been vacated, where he enters his plea apart from the trial date, which is also to be said. Yes, Obsessed, it is set now for 9 o'clock Idaho time on Monday. And it's still showing that the other two, and I can actually send those because those are on my phone. Let me email those to myself real quick, and then that way I can pull them up on the screen whenever I'm done with this. Okay. All right. Okay, and Whitewood baby, if you need me to slow the chat down at all, just let me know. Well, okay, so video will be delayed, so probably Monday afternoon. That's what I'm thinking, Crosshair Gang. Because they're saying now that, and I think it's this one that it tells all about the live streaming and all that. Okay, so this is the order governing the courthouse and courtroom conduct. It said the order governs the courtroom and the courthouse conduct and the media activities in the case. This order shall supersede any prior orders governing the courthouse and courtroom conduct. The courtroom is mindful of the need to balance, 1, the constitutional right of the defendant to a fair hearing, and 2, the public's right to information in conjunction with the constitutional and statutory rights of the media to attend the proceedings. 3, the court's interest in maintaining order in an environment that permits all participants to focus on their responsibilities without undue distractions. And 4, the court's interest in the safety of the public and the court personnel, and the need to follow all Idaho Supreme Court orders as may be changed or amended from time to time. With these factors in mind, pursuant to the Idaho Code Administrative Rules, which is the ICAR 45, 46B, and 49, it says, number 1, the courtroom seating. It is hereby ordered, number 1, courtroom seating and attendance. And if I miss anybody coming into chat, I do apologize, and I will try to catch up with y'all, with all the new people coming in just a second. All right, so number 1 is the courtroom seating and attendance. So A, the seating for the victims' families, counsel, defendants' families, and the court personnel. Certain seating may be reserved for the counsel, authorized court personnel, the defendant's family, and the victim's family. Honestly, do y'all really think that Bryan's family is going to show up for this? Seriously? I mean, they would have to literally come all the way from Pennsylvania for this. Maybe BHB and JLR can put your portal there. All right. So B, it says the pooled media seating. The representatives of the media serving in the pooled camera staff shall be seated in an area approved by the court as designated by the administrative district judge presiding or the presiding judge, the trial court administrator, or the bailiff, subject to a limit of 2 media members operating the pooled audio and video recording of the hearing, and 1 media member handling the pooled still photography. So what it sounds like is that that's all they're going to let in there as far as audio, video, and the still images. See, we all know he's going to plead not guilty because he doesn't think that the people are smarter than him, but he fucked around and found out. I mean, honestly, I think he's going to plead not guilty too. And let me, I'm going to do something real quick. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. I'm just going to throw a poll up. All right. So there's a poll. Tell me what y'all think. Hey, Ava, how are you? Prosser Gang. I'm going to be honest, and I'll go ahead if it'll let me participate in it. No, it's not going to let me participate in it. That sucks. I honestly think that he's going to plead not guilty. Honestly. Hey girl, I love you and titanium. Just so calm and factual. Y'all rank with Annie Elise. 10 to life. Keep it up. Well, thank you. And Annie Elise is awesome. So thank you for that comment. I really appreciate that. Okay. All right. So C says the general public and the additional media seating. So the public and members of the media not designated as pool camera staff may be permitted in the courtroom as space permits on a first come basis. No person may reserve a seat. No standing in the courtroom will be allowed. So, in other words, once all the seats are taken up, you can't go in the courtroom. Can you see the look on Little Liar's face if he pleads guilty? I mean, honestly, if whatever he's gonna plead, I think she's gonna know it beforehand. Now, it would be interesting to see the look on her face if he tells her he's gonna plead not guilty and then he pleads guilty. And Emerald Queen, that's what I think. I think he's like Prosser Gang said, he's too cocky, he's too narcissistic. I just don't see him pleading guilty. I really don't. Let's see, if Vapor keeps talking about Cougar Ann, I'm gonna start to get jealous. Well, I mean, Stevie, he does have two attorneys now, so all right, so D says the seating in front of the bar, so no person other than court personnel designated by the court, the defendant, and the counsel and their assistant shall be permitted to sit in front of the bar of the courtroom without specific authorization of the court. Honestly, I don't know why they would even have to put that into uh, a court conduct thing. Hey, Altered Soul, how are you? Um, that should be obvious. Nobody sits in front of the bar. White Widow baby, you should be proud of me. I'm actually drinking water. All right, so E says entry and exit during the court proceedings. So spectators, including members of the media and the public, shall be seated before court is in session during any portion of the hearing. No entry or re-entry to the courtroom shall be permitted while court is in session. Alter Soul, you doing okay tonight? So the second part says the general restrictions and requirements. So A, which is the security screening. So all persons entering the courtroom are subject to security screening. No food, beverage, firearms, or other weapons are permitted in the courthouse. All handbags, backpacks, or purses are prohibited in the courtroom, and all personal property items are subject to inspection. I mean, that should be a no-brainer too. I mean, like even here in the courtrooms in Louisiana, you can't even take your phone past the security dude. Either you leave it in your vehicle or you leave it with the security guy. Let's see. Good says, oh, I mean, White Widow baby, it is flavored, so I don't, you know. See, if I have to choose between Little Liar and Miss I'm the Best, I would take the latter one. At least I could get my arms. Oh my god. Let's see. It will be a tight court. Rosie, I think it's going to be a packed court. Honestly, at least this one. Well, it literally has 3 ingredients in it. White Widow baby, just 3. That's it. Water's one of them. It's got 2 other ingredients. Okay, so you can't bring any firearms or other weapons into the courthouse. Cell phones. So cell phones are permitted, but must be turned off and shall not be used for recording or the transmission of sound or images. A violation of this rule may result in confiscation of the phone. Other electronic devices, computers, laptops, other similar devices are permitted for note taking, but shall not be used to record or transmit sound or images in or from the courtroom. Cameras and microphones on electronic devices must be disabled. A violation of this rule may result in the confiscation of the device. So you always plead not guilty when guilty, as that's the only way to possibly get out of it. Yeah, I'm honestly, I just don't see him. And I could, y'all, if the dude pleads guilty, I'm going to be completely surprised. I just don't see him doing it. All right. D says disruptive behavior. So any activity or behavior which is considered disruptive by the court will result in removal from the courtroom. Any spectator who creates a visual or auditory disturbance of the court proceedings may be removed from the courtroom and or the building at any time at the discretion of the court security personnel. You're probably going to be able to hear a pin drop in there. I don't think anybody that's been following this case is going to want to act up in any way to get thrown out if they make it into that courtroom. Let's see. He has good reviews. The judge. Bryan, you've looked into the judge? Because honestly, I just realized like late this afternoon that it was a different judge. So if he pleads guilty, will the evidence be released to the public? Probably, Eric. Well, I don't know about all the evidence. There may be some stuff released in FOIAs after everything's been closed, after like the whole case has been closed. Hey, Debbie, how are you? All right, so the media coverage. So cameras or still photography. If the court allows cameras in the courtroom and orders that the media coverage be pulled, then all media shall have access to and share the video, audio, and still photographs received from the permitted cameras. Members of the media shall designate and agree on the operator of each camera permitted pursuant to the ICAR 45. Yeah, it's the new judge, because I'm so used to it, everything coming from Judge Marshall, and then like I said, I late this afternoon realized that it was a new judge, and it's Judge. Like that's his last name. Ew. Good Lord. Y'all talking about Martha Stewart now? Let's see, I found out about the judge like 4 months ago. Brian Hoffman, how'd you find out about Judge 4 months ago? I'm gonna have to look into him because I didn't even have time to look into him today. Because of his name, it's so tickle. It's kind of funny. All right, so the courtroom media requirements. Allowed media representatives and their equipment will be located in the area of the courtroom designated by the administrative district judge, presiding judge, trial court administrator, or the bailiff. The number and placement of pulled cameras being used to audio or video record the proceedings is subject to the approval of the court. 2 audio-video recording devices and 1 still camera are permitted inside the courtroom. Any traditional still camera shall have a silent shutter. No flash photography is allowed. No live broadcasting, transmitting, or streaming from the courtroom is allowed. No movement around the courtroom will be allowed during the court proceedings, and the camera and audio equipment shall not be set up or disassembled at any time while court is in session. Hey, Sheldon, how are you? So, With that being said, the no live broadcasting part right here, no live broadcasting, transmitting, or streaming from the courtroom is allowed. They say it like 2 or 3 times, I believe, in here. Hey, Freya, how are you? Um, we're going to have to wait more than likely till everything is over with, and then they come out with it. I'm sure people like Law and Crime's going to be out with it. News Nation will probably come out with it. I'm trying to think who else will be like the first ones to come out. Let's see. Wait, Scarlet, my love. America's right. It was this one. Andrea Burkhart. Okay, wait. I didn't see what American Princess said. It was Andrea Burkhart did a video. Oh, see, I didn't know she had did one on him. I have to go back and see if I can find that video and watch it. Did his female lawyer drop out and a male lawyer take his place? Debbie, no. He actually has 2 female lawyers now. He's got Ann Taylor and then Elisa or Eliza. I'm still not quite sure how to pronounce the first name, but the last name is Massett. Nancy Grace will have it. Hey, Rich, how are you? And Freya, you're not too bad late, honey. You're good. He's got him 2 female attorneys, and they're going to have him sitting right down in the middle of them, between them. And I'm pretty sure they have gotten the bushy eyebrows. They've probably been manicured before he goes to court. Okay, let me catch back up in chat real quick before I keep going. And I don't know why my chat keeps jumping back on top chat. So I've probably missed some people's stuff. If I have, I'm so sorry. So have you seen her spread on the cover of Sports? Yes, Vapor, I saw it. Or I didn't actually, there was some pictures of them that was on, um, might have been Twitter where I seen it. Okay, I don't know why my stuff keeps getting. Well, crap. Okay. Do you think he's going to wear a jumpsuit or clothes Monday? I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe if it's just going to be for an hour, they probably aren't going to put him in regular clothes. No, Brian, I wasn't doubting you. I had never heard of the judge. And I didn't know that Andrea had done a video of him. So no, I wasn't doubting you at all. Courtroom artist is practicing how to draw the large nose. Let's see. Now, Don. That's a good comment. I'm sure that he's loving that he has 2 female attorneys who have to pay attention to him because no other girls. But y'all, there is a video. Not a video. I'm sorry. And AJM, how are you? There is an article out where they are talking about this. Allegedly, someone from the jail has talked and said that Bryan keeps getting like all these different love letters like every week. He's getting all these love letters from these people, like all these women and all this and that. People had to cancel reservation for June. Oh, King Scarlet, yes, because didn't somebody come in chat like about a week or so ago and say that everything around the Moscow area was full? Like all the hotels and stuff? Okay. All right, so let me get back to this, y'all. So portions of the proceeding which may be televised. So photography, video, and audio is not permitted during a recess in the court proceedings. Recesses mean at any time the judge is not on the bench or is not on the record. No electronic devices shall record the audio and or video of any bench conference sidebar between the court and counsel, nor any conferences between an attorney and client or conferences among the counsel. No live broadcasting, transmitting, or streaming from the courtroom is allowed. So restrictions on the video and photographs. So no video or still photography shall be taken of any of the papers, documents, or notes which may be located on or around the counsel tables or used by counsel. No video or still photography shall be taken of the victims' families or the defendants' families without their express permission. Let's see, I can't wait for him to get his date of execution letter. Let's just hope it goes that way. All right, so E says interviews, reporting, and vehicle parking. So news conferences, interviews, or reporting is prohibited inside the courtroom or the courthouse common areas. News conferences, interviews, or reporting in the courthouse parking lot or on courthouse grounds is allowed as set forth in the Latah County Parking and Media Access Map, and they even attach the map to this document. Any news conferences, interviews, or reporting from the courthouse grounds shall be done in a manner to not impede foot traffic, obstruct access to the courthouse, or interfere with the daily operations of Latah County. Media vehicle parking is allowed and is set forth in the map. In addition, any interviews, media reporting, or media parking shall be subject to any additional orders by the administrative district judge or the presiding judge. And I'll pull the map up. It's like literally the last page of this court document. Some media inquiries in the communications regarding these matters shall be directed to Nate Papino, Court Communications Manager for the Idaho Supreme Court. Has his email or his phone number, or you can call the Latah County District Court or email them as well. ICAR 45 and 49 says that all other provisions of the Idaho Court Administrative Rule ICAR 45 and 49 apply, and any authorization under this order may be revoked at any time without prior notice. And then it says the security, so the courthouse area security. Security officers may quiet or disperse members of the public or the media so as to not hinder other members of the public and court staff from having access to the building, the clerk of the court's office, or any other courtrooms or offices in the building. Disruptive behavior, any activity or behavior which is considered disruptive by the court, will result in removal. Any spectator who creates a visual or auditory disturbance of the court proceedings may be removed from the courtroom and or the building at any time at the discretion of the court security personnel. Violations of this order may subject the violator to a charge of contempt. The clerk of court shall post this order at conspicuous locations within the courtroom or courthouse, and provide copies to all interested parties. So this was also signed yesterday on the 16th. And this was signed by John Judge. Hey, Brad, how are you? Okay, and then here's the map where it's just, I'll have to zoom out on this one. But it's just saying all the green is where the media can be. Red, there can't be any media. No parking behind the courthouse. And then only the employees of the courthouse can park in the yellow. The Richard, how are you? All right. So there's that. Let's see. Grab this last. Got two more because they did. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? Thank you, White Widow Baby, for putting them in there. In the Facebook group. Okay, can everybody see this one okay? And Brian, I'm gonna for sure. I'm gonna check into this judge. Hey, Arv, how are you tonight? Okay. All right. I just want to make sure y'all can see it. Let's see, Mr. Rich. Now you're gonna have me wanting to call this guy a Cornburger. Can you tell us why this is on your computer? He's probably he'll come up with some long answer. If y'all remember, like all the college students that was always around him, they said he would always take over the classroom in the conversation and go into great detail to make sure that you knew that he knew what he was talking about. And he would probably do that if that question was asked. Doing okay tonight. Got my bath early tonight, so Amethyst, thank you so much for joining us. Judge Joe was appointed by governor, so pretty sure he is conservative. The Richard, you're not coming in here and being disrespectful to people in my chat, right? Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, the Richard, I was just making sure because you were talking about one of my mods being goofy. Let's see. Yeah, Brian, I'm gonna for sure. I'm gonna look up this judge. I want to know about him. I like his reviews and all that. Laugh out loud. Yes, Amethyst. His name is John Judge. Is his name? All right, y'all. Just trying to take care of something real quick. All right. Okay, so this is a motion to seal the grand jury witnesses. So apparently district court is in room 3. I'm assuming 3 is a smaller room. Zoom means no need for a crowd in the courtroom. I don't know. So that's King Scarlet. So that's where they're supposed to do the whole arraignment and everything is in room 3. Let's see if we have a conservative judge. If he is, I haven't done the research because they like to follow the Constitution to a T, and we'll make sure if the death penalty happens, the appeals won't hold up. Okay, well, the Richard, thank you. All right, so it says comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves at this court pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rules 6.2, 6.3, and 6.5 for an order sealing the names of all witnesses examined before the grand jury herein. In support, the state respectfully represents to the court that it has received numerous complaints from potential or prospective witnesses or their families and associates regarding being harassed both in person and via social media. The reports of harassment have included threats as well as what appears to be intimidation. Given this and the broad publicity surrounding these proceedings, the state respectfully submits that releasing the names of the witnesses who appeared before the grand jury would invite additional harassment, intimidation, and possible threats, and undermine not only the integrity of the case, but the parties' prospective rights to a fair trial with an impartial jury. So wherefore, the state respectfully prays that the court order that the names of all the witnesses examined before the grand jury be sealed. The state has communicated with counsel for the defendant and been advised that they have no objection, with the understanding that the state and defense will be provided with an unredacted copy of the witness list. So this was signed today by William Thompson, which is the DA. I'm curious who the witnesses were. See, no shocker, his name starts with a J. I didn't even think about that. All these J names in this case. Cammy, how are you? All right, so it does say on here that they did deliver it to Ann Taylor at her Coeur d'Alene office. I don't know who the signature is. I can't really read that signature, but it looks like Steve something. But I can't tell. All right. Then, let me over here. Okay, and then this is going to be the order sealing the grand jury witnesses. See, it's Cammy. Yes, I'm doing good, honey. Thank you. Okay, so it says the above matter having come before the court pursuant to the state's motion, the court having reviewed the same and being fully advised in the premises and good cause appearing. It is hereby ordered that the names of all witnesses examined before the grand jury herein be sealed. So then that was also done today. So they put in the motion to have them sealed, and then the order came in to seal the names. So there's no telling how many witnesses they had or who those witnesses were. Bethany is not off the hook. She was at the house. She will be subpoenaed. I'm thinking maybe Bethany and probably uh, Dylan might have been witnesses. I don't know who else or who they're talking about that's being threatened except for maybe them. Bethany and Dylan. I don't know who else would have been threatened in this. I don't know if maybe Jack D would have been one of the witnesses. See, just think of the players who need to be able to bring a document into discovery if you're curious of whom any of the witness may have been. I mean, there's a lot of players in this case. I mean, I do think Bethany and Dylan. I'm just wondering who the other ones were. Bryan, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Okay. Gina Murray, did I say hi to you? I think I did. I can't remember. Oh, Bryan, I love you too. You know that. I have to love you. You're the one that gave me my name. Unique Van Life, how are you? Okay, it's sealed, but bet BF, DM, and some jacks. Okay, so Prosper Gang, that is a good point. Dylan, Bethany, I'm gonna say Jack D. I'm gonna say Hoodie Guy. Unique Van Life, I'm doing good, thank you. Um, CS. Okay, Gina Marie, I just want to make sure. Hey, Carrie, how are you? Margot, how are you? See, I get the feels about Emma B. I wonder if Emma could have been one. Hey, Debbie. Let's see. What about all the kids that came over when they found out? Yeah, I'm curious. Of like the friend that they're claiming that found the bodies. They're saying it was Ethan's best friend. Probably that person. Hey, Bill, how are you? See, this is so Ted Bundy. Okay, Bundy was always thought that he was the smartest lawyer in the room. BK thinks he is a criminologist extraordinaire. Yeah, I mean Bundy did think that, but look what happened to Bundy out as well. See, see, I don't know why I'm not that interested in Dylan. Brian, honestly, I don't think she had anything to do with it, but I still want to know why she didn't call, why she didn't go check. Elliot, welcome back. Did you ever see the voice recording account from Ethan's brother's good friend? No. Who's that girl? I didn't. Where could I find that at? Everybody thinks that they are lawyers when they get in trouble. Amethyst, I mean, he thinks that he's smarter than everybody else. So we'll see. Like, we'll see how well he. I mean, apparently he must not be too good, or he wouldn't have got caught. So no way. Were you the one that said that about? Yeah, I've got so many people in here. Hold on, I gotta find it. No way. Were you the one that said about Emma? I don't remember who that was that said about Emma B, but she for sure is needs to be checked into. I think. All along, I've understood not calling. So, Brian, what is? Why do you think that they didn't call? Because that just I don't know. It doesn't make any sense why you would see this guy and hear the noises that you hear and the crying and all that, and then this guy supposedly scares you to the point that you're frozen, and then you go back in your room and you shut your door and you lock it, and you don't call, you don't check on your roommates. I mean that I don't understand that. That's always bothered me, and the footprints has always bothered me. Hey Riddler, how are you? So who's that girl says wants to know, people asking people in the chat, does anyone know what video that she's talking about? I'm curious about 911 delay, but I did read where she or Bethany were hooked up on ecstasy. Yeah, there's been a lot of things that, but even if she was, I still think that she should have called. I know that it Colin earlier probably wouldn't have saved them. I get that, but I think it would have speeded up the part of them finding who did this. Running Bear, how are you? I never understood her being paralyzed by fear, but I'm beginning to understand. I don't. I get somebody being scared. It's 4 something in the morning, you're hearing all these weird noises. You open up your door to see what's going on, and you see this guy walking through your house, all in black, with a mask on. Hey, Princess Megan, I get that. That is enough, just that, to scare somebody. But if you see the guy leaving, and you're truly scared, and you to the point that you have to lock yourself in the bedroom, why not lock yourself in the bedroom and call the police? That's the part that doesn't make sense. I completely get her being scared. I just don't get the part of not call it. Let's see. When I saw Banfield's tweet late last night, I was like, "No way! Here we go with her sources again." Jen, I woke up. God, it was. I woke up late today, and the first thing I see on my phone was a message from White Widow Baby. It's like, have you heard about Bryan's preliminary hearing getting canceled? I jumped straight to the Idaho website with all the court documents, and there was no court documents on there. And I was like, this can't be true. And then I go to going through Twitter, and I see Ashley Banfield's tweet at her sources. And then I get to looking, and I see several other people who starts um, who's talking about it. And then probably 45 minutes after that, I go back to the Idaho site, and there's all the court documents. See, wasn't the bloody footprint very close to Dylan's door? Yes, Rosie, it was actually outside of her bedroom door. So in Discord, I believe Brittany's. If anyone belongs to that, still I don't. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm pretty sure I could probably find it though somewhere. See, I think he is an idiot. He gave cell phone data, roadmap of his whereabouts. Anyone with a single digit IQ knows LE tracks info from your cell phone. See, it is hard to believe he didn't turn the cell phone off. Vapor, you sent what to me last night? I mean, and another thing, not only did he take his cell phone, he drove his own car. Getting away with murder was a lot easier 25 plus years ago. Now we got advanced DNA. You got the DNA, you got the whole phone pings, you've got all these different, you got all the cameras. You got the traffic cameras, you've got doorbell cameras, you've got all these, just there's too much technology out there. Let's see. I'm actually giving her a compliment when I say little liar. She is not little. Okay, hold on just a second, y'all. Patty, how are you? Okay, so Judge is not a Democrat or a Republican. He is a Christian, 67 years old. Moscow has no more hotel rooms. Just wanted to help. Okay, y'all, I gotta catch up real quick. There was something I just seen another comment. Okay. Let's see, if this murder was in the 50s, we would still be looking for BK. Yeah, I mean, because back then they didn't have all of everything that we have today to catch somebody. Literally, everybody has a phone in their hand that can track you, or your car can give information about where you've been. Becky, how are you? Maybe BL was dressed as a police officer that would stop you from calling. I don't know. She didn't. I don't know. I don't know if they would have put that in the PCA though, that he was dressed like a police officer. Okay, yeah. If anybody puts any names of drugs in the chat, try to abbreviate them if y'all don't mind. Should have left the phone. Yeah, I mean, if he would have left the phone at his apartment, I think they would have had a harder chance of saying that it was him or proving that he was there. But also them claiming that he was there 12 other times probably didn't help you. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm trying to catch up in chat. I may have to end up slowing it down. All right. Let me pull up this other one. I'm trying to see if there's anything significant with. Guess I can pull it up. The odds of anyone getting away with this crime are small. Yeah, I mean, I think he probably wouldn't have got away with it, especially if he'd have left the knife sheath, even if he would have left his phone. But uh, I think they would have had a harder time proving that he was there. All right, Crime Crazy. And somebody put the private driver that brought Kaylee and Maddie home. Another creator has put this guy's name out. I'm pretty sure he was a witness as well. But what was the point of putting that guy's name out? He went all this time, all these months, 6 months now, and his name ain't been put out. So that's a good question. Why not leave the phone at home unless you need it for something? Hey, Roger. I his name was see Prosser Gang. I hadn't heard it until like a yesterday. I think is when the name was put out. And King Scarlet, I mean, if he'd been there 12 other times, he would have known how to get there. So it's not like he would have needed GPS. And then he wouldn't have needed a time because more than likely his car would have had a clock in it. So the only other reason that he would have needed it was to call somebody or somebody call him. It literally was it 9 miles from the girl's house back to WSU. So I mean, technically, he really didn't need the phone. So what other reason was it that he brought it? See, his name was in the PCA. The tuber showed. We all missed it. So the private driver's name was in the PCA. I literally have read that PCA 100 times. Okay, Glowbug, let me just make sure that whatever you sent to me, I got. Was it a News Nation thing, Glowbug? If so, I got it. Supposedly the driver's name was in the document the Daily Mail had. Okay, well, I never saw it. Okay, and was in the PA unredacted. Okay, see, I'm gonna have to go back. Oh, from Pennsylvania. Okay. All right, I'll have to go back and read it then. Let's see. Deanna, how are you? And people take their phone out of habit, and that is true. Um, I mean, he could it just yeah could have been a habit, just leaving out, taking it with him, not really thinking. I don't know. See, the creator that released the name had an unredacted copy. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and reread the PCA because I have all of them on my other computer, so I'm gonna have to get it back out and try to get them off of it and put on this one. It said private driver. It was whited out originally. Okay, because I remember they had the kid's name in there, and didn't they put BM and or DM and BF in that one just for Bethany and Dylan, like their initials or whatever. That was the only names that I remember. Basically, Gus said nothing he saw wrong that night. New girls, he gave mini rides. Yeah, I remember that part being said. And then I remember uh, when it came out about Brian being from WSU and where he lived at and all that, that the private driver had said that Brian lived like so, he was super close to him and he gave like the feet that he lived away from him. Let's see. All right, so let me go ahead and read this one real quick. This is about the gag order and the the media coalition and all that. Let's see. He went immediately to police. Yeah, I think he didn't. He showed them where Prosser Gang. He dropped them off, the girls off, and then didn't he go get something to eat after that or something? And he showed it on his, I guess GPS or whatever, or he had proved that he had went somewhere after he had dropped them off. But I want to say it was get something to eat, but I can't remember. Okay, so just real quick, if you mention any drug names in the chat, please try to abbreviate them. Don't put the actual name of the drug in the chat. See, his name is in the PCA from Pennsylvania. Okay, thank you, Freya. I'm gonna have to go back and read it. Let's see, Taco Bell. Okay, I thought that's what I had remembered. I've read so much with this case, y'all. It's hard to keep up unless I have it sitting right in front of me. Hey Tonka, how are you? Hate to say it, but I get more and more convinced every day that Brian is being set up. I also wondered if, like in the Dylan Round case, if they were able to extract video from the phone from Tonka, which from Brian's phone. Is that the one you're talking about? See, he went to Taco Bell to eat. Okay, so maybe I want to say that he went to get something to eat from somewhere. I want to say that that's what I had read. But either way, he did go to the police and um and gave them like all the information that he had. He had said that he had given them rides multiple times, and I remember that part too. Nothing out of the ordinary with them and all that. Let's see. All right, so let me get started on this because this one's like 6 pages long. But it, like I said, it has to do with the non-dissemination order and the coalition, media coalition, and all that. The driver, yeah, Roger. It was after he dropped um, Kaylee and Maddie off. Okay, so I don't think I told Adam everything has to do with these murders. Um, Kaylee's family said that that whole conversation there meant that Maddie had told Adam everything about Kaylee wanting to get back with Jack. So and honestly, the way that Kaylee's family has come out and spoken, I think if it would have been anything other than that, I don't think they would have. I don't think they would have lied about what that conversation was about. Hey T Rev, how are you? And then a lot of people were all stuck on the hoodie guy and claiming that he went out of town and went to his parents' cabin and to Africa. Honestly, I still haven't seen any proof that he even left town, left and went to his family's uh, cabin or anything like that. So I'm doing okay. T Rev, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, let's see. Let me get started on this one. Like I said, I don't know if there's a whole lot of stuff in this that means anything, but what's the breakup party? Have heard about? Wait, Rosie, the breakup party? I haven't heard anything about a breakup party. Okay, so this is the order denying the motion to reconsider order dated May the 4th of 2023. See, it was very interesting. He flew to Africa, but the Richard, we don't have any proof of that though. Now there is proof that he's been to Africa before. Um, his family then would go over there and do mission trips and provide medical care for the people over there and all that. And his brothers are, I can't remember if both of them are, but I know one of them are doctors. His mom is a pediatrician. I forgot what his dad is, but they would all go over there um, and provide medical care. So we know that he's been over there. We just don't know if he left after the murders. See, I heard that Hoodie Guy didn't go to his parents' cabin and didn't go. And see, that's what I'd heard too, American Princess. After I had heard that he went to the cabin and then left and flew out of the country. Uh, hey, JC, and flew out of the country to Africa. There's no proof of it that he went to the cabin or flew out of the country. There's no proof that he did that after the murders. Okay, so there's proof that there's enough evidence that Bryan Kohberger to a trial. The Kohberger fans are in their feelings today, sending a lot of hate mail. Hey Pearl, how are you? Well, T Rev, I'm gonna be honest. I that was literally the last thing that I thought I was gonna wake up to today. Was that the prelim has now been canceled and that there has been a secret grand jury. All right, y'all. If y'all haven't done so, Please go hit the thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to get started on this, y'all, so I can get through it. So the matter is before the court and on the Associated Press. The motions to consider or reconsider the May the 4th, 2023 order after due consideration and for the reasons set forth herein. The motion to reconsider is denied. So the first part is the factual and procedural history, which I've read through a little bit of this. We all know what happened. Um, So on November the 13th of 2022, four University of Idaho students were found deceased in their home in Moscow, Idaho. The tragedy garnered widespread publicity and worldwide attention. While authorities were investigating the incident, media outlets transcended upon the vandal community, and the internet and television were abuzz with stories and immense speculation. That is true. Like, I think every news person and their mama was up in Moscow. Let's see. Get ready for the ride. We have 2 years for them to. God, I hope it's not going to take no 2 years, honestly. Okay. So, approximately 45 days later, on December the 30th of 2022, the landscape of the matter changed. Bryan Kohberger was arrested and charged by criminal complaint with 4 counts of murder in the first degree, 1 count of burglary. The community, internet, and television were still abuzz with stories and speculation, but the spotlight shifted to a single person, the accused. I don't think that's true, though. Wasn't after Bryan, hey millennials, wasn't after Bryan arrested that they were still saying that these other people, like some of the jacks and all that, were still involved? Hey Trollop, how are you? Charnel, how are you tonight? See, it should be 6 months from the arraignment. I hope so. I hope it's not going to be years. I feel like everything is going to be like the Valo case. Oh, God. Valos took 3 years. And y'all, if y'all haven't seen it, I do have a poll going whether y'all think Bryan is going to plead guilty or not guilty. So if y'all haven't done that, uh, please go vote. And then I'm just going to leave it up until the end of the live, and then uh, I'll look at it before I end it. All right. 82% say he will plead not guilty. I'm thinking that's what he's going to do too. Are we doing open panel? Yes, White Widow baby. I'll probably open it up after I'm done with this this document here. I'm trying to get through all the documents first, and then that way I can just open it up and we can all talk about the case. See if he pleads. Oh shit, a brick. So T-Rev, are you saying if he pleads guilty, right? Because I think that he's going to plead not guilty. I'm going to be very, very shocked if he pleads guilty. Rosie, thank you so much for that comment. That was very nice of you. BK is arrogant and he thinks he can outsmart a jury. I don't see him pleading guilty. I really don't. People vote on the poll, but not hitting the like button. Hold on just a second, y'all. All right, give me just a second. Let me catch back up here. Maybe Dave will come on panel with his voice changer. King Scarlet, that voice changer. Let me tell you. I get why he used a voice changer. I completely get that. What some other people use voice changers on YouTube, I don't know. Thank you, Charnel. So I don't think he'll plead guilty. I think he'll ride it until the wheels fall off. I just think he's too narcissistic and egotistical to plead guilty. I really do. Okay, let me find my place, y'all. Okay, so they're saying that once he was arrested, the spotlight shifted to the single person, the accused. Upon Mr. Kohberger's arrest, the fundamental constitutional rights of the accused, the state of Idaho, and the victims were invoked, and the judicial process was set in motion. On January 3rd of 2023, the parties to this criminal action, the state of Idaho and Mr. Kohberger, filed a stipulation for a non-dissemination order, recognizing the court's constitutional duty and authority to safeguard these fundamental rights and ensure the efficacious administration of justice and a fair trial under the Idaho and United States Constitution. Hey, Tammy, how are you? After considering the parties' stipulations and weighing the rights to a fair trial for all the parties involved and the right to free expression as afforded under both the United States and Idaho Constitution, the court entered a non-dissemination order on January 3rd of 2023 to curtail the dissemination of the pretrial publicity in the case as necessary and authorized under law. On January the 18th of 2023, an amended non-dissemination order was entered. So if he pleads guilty, Stevie Irwin has to ask Little Liar out to dinner. She will have a bunch of free time. I don't know. Stevie said if you keep talking about Ian, he's going to start getting jealous. Scarlett, you are so sweet and caring. It's such a pleasure coming here and listening to you. No judgment, attitude, or ego. So refreshing. Aw, Gina Murray, thank you so much for that. That was very nice. And just know all of you guys are awesome too. For y'all's continued support and everything. You guys are awesome. If he pleads guilty, does it all just stop like the Chris Watts case? I believe if he pleads guilty, then it goes, he would be sentenced. Let's see. I still question whether someone else was involved with him. I still think, and until they prove otherwise, I'm still going to continue to think that somebody else helped him or somebody else was involved. Honestly, I still just, I don't, something's up with the car. And the person driving it and the way they were explaining, they were turning around, trying to find a place to park, acted like they didn't know where to turn around. It's almost like somebody else was driving the car. To be fair, I will ask the other one so we can double date. Hey, Molly, how are you? Okay, if there's any double dating going on with you and Stevie, we got to see pictures. See, I got to tell you about a man named Jesus. His all-seeing eyes sees you doing the nasty in bed, so stop it. Really, Molly? Good, thank you. Yes, and Molly, I'm doing good. I think Brett hopped out of the car at like 3:35. I don't know. I just don't know if Brent had anything to do with it. I think there's some suspicious activity that might have went on with Brent. I just don't know if he had anything to do with this. Hey, Daylight, how are you? Paper's trying to reverse psychology, making Ian jealous. He's a smart cookie. I I don't know. Him and Bryan Kohberger might have knew each other. I just don't know if he had anything to do with this. No way, they're talking about Brent Kopaka. He was a guy that he was a military vet that they said that he had a PTSD episode, and they had to call SWAT in, and then SWAT ended up um, taking him out. I guess I'm trying to say it where I'm not being disrespectful, but he ended up dying. Also think DM helped, not kill, but was involved definitely with cleanup. I'm still curious about the shoe print, the bloody shoe print. That's, I don't know why. The car and the way it was driving around the neighborhood that night, and then the one shoe print, the latent shoe print. That's those two things for some reason have just like stuck out in my head throughout this whole thing. Okay, truly been meaning to say, and now because thank you, Rosie. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, so let me get back to this. Truthful Soul, how are you? Okay, so the most that they can put on Emma is she sell the roommate's drugs, if even that, in my opinion. Hey, Izzy. Yeah, because I mean, like people saying that Xana was selling drugs. Why even put that out there if we don't like? There's no proof. There's no proof of it. And you saying that this girl was selling drugs and you have no proof, and then it turns out that she never done that. You've literally just disrespected a person who is deceased and cannot defend themselves, and then you're being disrespectful to her family, because even though her and her mama had an estranged relationship, that's still Kara's daughter. Xana still has a sister. Hey Deidre, how are you? Hey Miss Chewy, BMB, how are you? Um, she still has a dad, and she still has family members. So to say that someone was doing something like that with no proof, why say it? Emma, people says that that's what she did. Well, she's been arrested for it. That uh, she got arrested for giving the Caden guy drugs that was laced with fentanyl, and he ended up ODing and he passed away. So, there's proof that she did that, but there's no proof that Xana did this. Let's see. Yeah, so many say Brent is still alive. Like, see, Rosie, I haven't seen anybody say that Brent was alive, but I have seen people say that Ethan is. That they can't find a death certificate, and that him and Xana is still alive. Like, there's literally people out there who has said that. Okay, so I mean, if Xana sold drugs, they said it was the year before, so it doesn't even matter. And honestly, and the Dave dude said that it was recreational at the most. But here's the thing: if she did, what has it got to do with the case? If she did, that was no reason for her to be murdered. See, I hope that her dad and even her mom, along with Jazzy, didn't hear this shit. I hope not. I don't know if her sister literally lives right there. She's at WSU. But her dad's down in Arizona. I believe her mom is, I guess, still in jail in Idaho. I don't know how much YouTube they watch or keeping up with, social media and all that. But I don't understand why even say it unless you got proof to back it up. It's okay to speculate about things. It's okay to give your opinion on stuff. But whenever you give an opinion about someone who is deceased who cannot defend themselves and say, no, I didn't do that, or no, I've never done that, or whatever, you shouldn't be putting it out there. Oh, hold on. I just seen another comment that went by. Emerald Queen. Do you mean that I haven't in your comment? I think that's what she meant, that I haven't disrespected them. Death certificates are private for 50 years or more in Idaho. Ludicrous for anyone to be stuck on that one factor about Ethan. I know. So, Vapor, did she graduate this year? Jasmine? So, is Xana's mom in the same jail as Bryan? I can look real quick. I don't think she was in Latah County. Let me just go to Vine Lake. Hold on. I think she was in another one. But let me look it up real quick. Let's see. Xana's mom suffers with hard drug. Yeah, she does, and she needs help. And I hope that she gets the help that she needs for that. On top of the fact that she has to deal with her daughter being murdered. Lord Jesus, I don't need ID number. I need name. Um, she's got to deal with that too. So she's got a lot on her. Okay, so wait, was Kara's what was her? Let me see if it's under chronodal. Okay, she is in Kootenai County, which is up where Coeur d'Alene and all that is. Yeah, Daylight. She's been an addict for a while, but that doesn't take away from the fact that she's also a daughter. That and all of her court issues and then addiction, like she's got a lot piled up on her. It's a lot to have to deal with. All right, so let me get finished with this real quick, y'all. So on On February the 6th of 2023, a coalition of media companies, Associated Press, filed a petition with a right to mandamus or a right of prohibition in the Idaho Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality of the non-dissemination order and seeking an extraordinary writ to protect the media's ability to cover the case. Both the state of Idaho and Mr. Kohberger intervened in the case to oppose the petition and argued in support of maintaining the non-dissemination order to which they stipulated. After reviewing the record, the Idaho Supreme Court issued an opinion dismissing the Associated Press's petition for right of mandamus or a right of prohibition on April the 24th of 2023. If Santa's mom goes to prison for these charges, she may end up with a joker. Probably. I don't know how many like women's prisons there are in the state of Idaho. Let's see. Zana's name has been stopped on for clicks and views, no proof. Exactly, King Scarlet. Okay, so then on May the 1st of 2023, the Associated Press filed a motion to intervene and a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order in the case, seeking to intervene for the limited purpose of vindicating their First Amendment rights by filing a contemporaneous motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order or a motion to intervene. On March the 4th, the court issued an order setting a scheduled conference for May the 22nd to address a briefing scheduled oral argument on the Associated Press's motion, as well as a companion motion, a motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order filed by the counsel for the Gonzalez family. On May the 9th, the Associated Press filed a motion to reconsider the order dated May the 4th and a memorandum in support of the motion to reconsider order dated May the 4th. The Associated Press alleges that with each passing day, the amended non-dissemination order dated January the 18th, which is also known as a gag order, causes irreparable harm. The motion urges the court to stay enforcement of the non-dissemination order pending a decision on the motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order or set a hearing on the motion to vacate the non-dissemination order on the next available date on the court's calendar. So on May the 11th, Mr. Kohberger filed an objection to motion to reconsider order dated May the 4th. Mr. Kohberger argues that the Associated Press's motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order raises the issue of both law and fact, and additional time is needed to gather information, including expert testimony, to oppose the Associated Press's motion. The same day, which was May the 11th, the Associated Press filed a reply to Mr. Kohberger's objection dated May 11, 2023, which I read to y'all the other day. All right, so the crew of its argument being that Mr. Kohberger should not need additional time to gather evidence for which he should have presented initially in support of the non-dissemination order. Northing. Yeah, Eric, whenever you look her up on VineLink, it's still listed as Kara Kernodle. I put Northington in to begin with, and it didn't bring anything up. All right, Werewolf Queen, have a good night. Emerald Queen, you have a good night as well. Okay, so part 2, which is the discussion. So it says the issue before the court at this time is the Associated Press's motion to reconsider this court's order setting a scheduling conference where all necessary parties will have input as to what briefing schedule and hearing date is preferred, instead of setting a hearing and briefing scheduled without such input. The Associated Press argues the media is suffering irreparable harm each day that the non-dissemination order is in place, while citing to an applicable legal standard and disregarding the court rules that govern their motion. Irreparable harm is a legal concept rooted in injunctive relief, for which the Associated Press has not formally pled, except to request the court stay enforcement of the amended non-dissemination order pending a decision on the merits of the motion to vacate. Prior to a court issuing such preliminary injunction, albeit unconventional in a criminal proceeding, there must be an evidentiary showing that it appears by the complaint that the plaintiff is entitled to the relief demanded, and that the relief or any part of it consists of restraining the commission or the continuance of the acts complained of, either for a limited time or perpetually, or it appears by the complaint or the affidavit that the commission or continuance of some act during the litigation would produce waste or great or irreparable injury to the plaintiff. So IRCP 65E1 and 2 As the record reflects, the Associated Press elected to file a motion to vacate the non-dissemination order, not a preliminary injunction, in which irreparable harm would need to be established. Even so, the Associated Press cites to a number of cases to the proposition that the loss for the First Amendment freedoms constitutes irreparable injury, but fails to note the distinction between those cases and the Associated Press's motion. These cases cited either include a formal pleading for a preliminary injunction or were a direct restraint or enjoyment on the media. So, to Mr. Kohberger's objection dated May 11th of 2023, page 2 citing, and it's just naming some different cases that, they're asking people to review and saying that they're similar to what's going on here. So I'm not reading all that part. Okay, so which is the plaintiffs move for a preliminary injunction memorandum in support of the motion reconsidered ordered date May the 4th of 2023. They're also citing Nebraska Press versus Stewart, which I had also read in the other court documents that they had put out. So it says that's a direct restraint on the media and the press prohibiting reporting. It is, in its opinion, the Idaho Supreme Court addressed the Associated Press's injury for purposes of standing to bring their original writ. It found that if the petitioner's allegations are true, they have alleged an injury, not irreparable harm, that is a concrete and particularized and actual or imminent, and not conjectural or hypothetical. Thus, the Associated Press must first demonstrate their allegations and reasoning set forth in the motion to vacate are true before an injury is established, let alone irreparable harm is argued. To date, no preliminary injunction has been sought, nor evidence presented at this juncture to support a finding of irreparable harm that would require staying the amended non-dissemination order pending the merits hearing. So just as Idaho Supreme Court opined, this court recognizes the press's role in our democracy and the importance of balancing the Sixth Amendment rights of the parties in the criminal proceeding with the First Amendment rights of the press. Yet, those seeking to enforce these well-guarded rights must still bow to the jurisdictional rules and procedural channels litigants are constrained to follow. More simply, should the court allow the Associated Press to intervene as a party in the capital murder case, then it must follow the rules and procedures just as the parties to the action. The state of Idaho and Mr. Kohberger have done, just as the court carefully contemplated the parties' stipulation and the law governing non-dissemination orders prior to issuing the order. It is likewise must ensure that the Associated Press's motions are set in a regular course on a schedule as prescribed in the Idaho criminal rules as to fully and adequately address their import. So for the reasons set forth above, it is hereby ordered that the Associated Press's motion to reconsider order dated May the 4th is denied. The scheduling conference will remain set for May the 22nd at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time via Zoom. So they're still going to have this whole motion hearing. They're just going to do it. It's going to still be scheduled at 10 o'clock, which will be after the arraignment. And it also says it is further ordered that the Associated Press's request to stay in enforcement of the amended non-dissemination order pending a decision on the motion to vacate amended non-dissemination order is denied. So that was done by Judge Marshall. And this is just saying who it was sent to. It was sent to all the attorneys. Let's see. Is it true that the knife sheath is not being used in the grand jury indictment that I heard that say? Eric, don't know if it was used. The whole grand jury thing was all secretive. Don't know who the witnesses were. Not sure who or like what evidence they provided. Nothing like that. Okay. Give me just a second. All right, y'all. Give me a second. I'm fixing to go ahead and open the panel. Let's see. In fairness, much media Moscow or stingers, but you're right. Hey, Tony, how are you? Okay, and I can't. Let me check the poll real quick. If y'all have not done so, it's saying right now 17% of y'all are those who have voted in the poll out of 211 votes. 17% thinks that Bryan is going to plead guilty. 83% are saying that he's going to plead not guilty. And I think White Widow baby, didn't you say that you clicked on the wrong one? See, I said not him pleading guilty. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna plead guilty. I really don't. All right, so White Widow baby did put the wrong answer, but she meant to put that he's gonna plead not guilty. How's Big Al doing? Easy. I talked to him yesterday, and he said that he was doing good. He sent me a message after he got home from the hospital. All right, Daylight, I'm about to bring you up. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you, Scarlett?
I'm doing good.
I'm enjoying the show tonight. It's very, very good.
Well, thank
I
you.
can't imagine him pleading guilty, but it would be some sort of surprise move, right? Like at the last minute.
I
Try and cut a
yeah.
plea, right? Not
I
spend
mean,
your.
that's what we were talking about earlier. It would be what it's going to shock me if he pleads guilty because I just don't see him doing it. But I'm pretty sure that his attorney knows beforehand how he's going to plead. But what's going to be bad is if he tells the attorney, "I'm going to plead not guilty," and then he turns around and pleads guilty. Just the look on that woman's face would be priceless.
Yeah, it would it after going through, wow, just confuse the whole thing, right? And
Right.
then they'd be back in chambers in about 3 seconds, right? And she'd be
Right.
going, Your Honor, up until the last second, my client has told me he's going to plead, not guilty, like any sane person would. And now he's got a guilty plea in front of you. There's no way a judge could not accept it, Scarlett. There's no way that they might accept it. I guess I don't know if
True.
you had a plea deal, if you went through a plea deal with the district attorney, but what are you bargaining for? There's no way the district attorney has to go for blood. They have to go for blood, or
Right.
they'll get reelected. It'll never happen that they'll get reelected. So he really needs to, yeah, he needs to suffer the worst of the worst penalties, or whoever it is the district attorney in that area will
For
lose their
sure.
job. Yeah, lose their job for sure. Um, yeah, I find the case fascinating, and whether leaving the sheath was intentional or not intentional. I kind of I kind of think it was completely unintentional. That his last victim probably grabbed at it, and um, it was on his waistband, and it came off, and he did. He missed just that on the snap for the DNA. It was the only mishap that he had. It'll be very sparse on DNA. I think that'll be the only that they'll find. And I think the reason why he went back that the following morning to look around was to
Mm.
see whether he dropped it on the way out. I think that he got home and he figured to him, he knew he didn't have it once he got home. He looked in the back and said, "Oh, I just chucked the knife in the back. Oh, damn, where the fuck is the sheath?" And I think
Right.
that, oh, that's that fuck, but it's okay. We're on the internet. He went back to he went back to look around, you know, to go through the drive, look in the driveway or look in that back area section where he came down from above and see if he could see it in the snow or something like that. And then, you know,
Right.
he he figured, no, it's not there. Just go home. but that'll do him in. It's like one mistake like that is what will do a person in. I mean, it's impossible to commit the perfect crime anymore, and particularly here, he's doing that. I want to know. I put it as a joke, kind of in the chat, but did he act alone? I mean, was there really a second? Could it possibly be that he worked with somebody? We hear nothing about the DoorDash driver, nothing, unless you know something. Maybe you guys have been talking about it, and I haven't been listening. But we hear not anymore.
And real quick, who's that girl? Are you doing okay tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just want to make sure you could hear us and everything.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Okay.
And I'm going to let Daylight finish talking, but when he's done, I had just a little quick something I wanted to point out, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah. Just real quick about the DoorDash driver. I get where people think that maybe the DoorDash driver had something to do with it because DoorDash shows up at 4:00. The car shows back up for the last time at 4:04 and then leaves the house at 4:20. I get where people may be saying it. I just don't. And maybe I could be wrong.
Maybe they knew each other coincidentally.
It seems kind of weird that they're saying that this car comes in and turns around several different times within an hour, and then all of a sudden, when DoorDash goes to show up, the car that they're saying was Bryan's is nowhere to be seen, and then 4 minutes later it shows back up. It does seem kind of a little coincidental, but it just could have happened that way. DoorDash might have just been there at that time and had absolutely nothing to do with it. And I could be completely wrong. I just get the feeling I don't think DoorDash had anything to do with it.
Look at the bag. It clearly says Xana on it, doesn't it? I think it does.
There is. See, this is another thing. There is a Jack in the Box bag with Xana's name on it.
That might not be.
That's in the kitchen.
Delivery. Yeah.
But unless it has came out somewhere and I just have not seen it, I have not seen any proof that bag was what was delivered that night, or that morning.
I think Ethan was hungry. Honestly, I think Ethan was hungry. She ordered it out. She heard the bell. She went down to get the food that she ordered, but for him. Then he heard her get murdered in the hallway. How do I say
Well,
that?
they're saying that Xana was the last one.
The last one?
Yeah. They're saying that Kaylee and Maddie was the first, and then it was said that Ethan and Xana was the last.
So Bryan's coming down the stairs from the third floor. They're doing in Maddie. He's coming down the stairs. Bing bong. And then Xana goes downstairs to get the food, comes back up, and look who's here. It's like they run into each other almost. He can't get past her. So he kills her. And of course, that's going to make a shit ton of noise. Excuse my French. A lot of noise. And then Ethan comes out of the bedroom. That's all. I
always thought that maybe Ethan and Xana might have heard what was going up on what was happening on the third floor, and maybe they came out to take a look or something or investigate. And maybe as he was coming down from the third floor, he kind of ran into him, and then at that point they kind of became collateral damage. And I hate saying that way. I think that maybe what could have happened. And when they seen this guy coming down the stairs, maybe they ran back to Xana's room, and that's he followed them to Xana's room. So I don't know. I mean, we have to wait for all of the evidence to come out. I just don't think the DoorDash driver had anything to do with it. I really don't. And like I said, I could be completely wrong, but I just don't. I just think that for whatever reason, he went upstairs, came down, possibly ran into him, and then that's what happened to them. But like I said, there's still no proof either that bag, because I know Jack in the Box was the only place that was open that night. But there's still no proof that bag that we saw in the kitchen was from that night, because one picture, we see the Jack in the Box bag is sitting behind, like up on the counter behind the sink, and then we see it again. It's sitting on the table.
Yeah, what the fuck? Who's controlling this crime scene, right?
Right,
That's
because
the
it
next.
seems like if it would have been from that night, they would have taken it for evidence. It's
That must be where Kohberger is going to go for his defense. Attack the police in terms of their treatment of the crime scene. That'll be the first thing
right.
they start to.
Who's that girl? Yeah, go ahead, honey. I'm sorry, I just now seen your message in private chat.
No, don't worry at all. I apologize. I've been kind of in and out tonight, so I don't know if you guys have talked about this already, but we're kind of talking about who we don't know was present today in court or anyone who had made a statement.
Mm-hmm.
But I was kind of thinking, it's like, so on April 28th is when Bethany did agree to meet with the defense. And that was initially because they had called her for the preliminary hearing that was supposed to take place on June 28th. But, broke news that she was going to meet with the defense on April 28th. And now, I mean, that's almost less than 15 days to where they have had a hearing. And now there is a preliminary hearing moved up. So, I mean, I'm just wondering if her statement has made a impact on this case, whether or not she was there today or whether or not the defense's attorney met with her in Nevada. That's kind of one of the biggest questions I have now is like, did she have a change of heart and decide to fly to Idaho and be present in everything that took place today? Or was it maybe her statement? Because if the preliminary hearing was set to take place on June 28th, I would think that the defense would schedule a time to meet with her well before that so they could build their evidence, put everything together.
Right.
So I don't know. And like I said, this is all my opinion and speculation, but I kind of have a feeling that a lot of the things that may have taken place today and the cause to move up the preliminary hearing may have had to do with her statement that she either told to attorneys in Reno, Nevada, or decided to go to Idaho and speak out about.
Well, you know that the prelim has been canceled, right?
Yes, but it's moved to this Monday, correct?
No, Monday is going to be the arraignment.
Oh, okay.
Because they did the grand jury yesterday. So the grand jury indicted him on it's 5 charges, the 4 charges of first-degree murder and then the felony burglary charge. And then they went ahead and scheduled the arraignment for Monday, the 22nd. So he'll have to go in and enter a plea 9 o'clock that morning, Idaho time.
So I have a question. Do you think that's because possibly Bethany gave her statement, or do you think that's possibly because she has not given her statement yet and there's a fear that he will get off, so they wanted to speed up the trial?
Honestly, and I even told my husband this earlier, I wonder if Kohberger's team has met with her, and that whatever reason, that is the reason why, like whatever was said, did that have something to do with it? But I mean, honestly, it could have went either way. Either what was said in it, and that was the reason that they went ahead and did the grand jury, or could it be because they're worried about what she's going to say, and they went ahead and did the grand jury?
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering. It's like because we don't know if the defense's attorney has met with her yet, or like we know nothing. The last thing we knew was that they were going to meet with her, but I mean, she could have had a change of heart, like I said, and decided to go to Idaho to give a statement, to do whatever, or has she not even met with anyone yet? And this is kind of trying to be 2 steps ahead of the game.
Right. Yeah, I
Would
see
it do a
where
joint disposition? Like they would eventually, like the prosecution and the defense would decide they're going to depose her together and sit down in a room and record the thing for whatever she has to say, which I don't know what it is. I think that's a real question too. So what is she going to testify to? I have no idea.
Well, that's all that I've heard is that Bryan Kohberger's defense attorney has requested her because she supposedly has a statement that can potentially.
Oh yes, exculpatory evidence. It's what the Ann Taylor's investigator has said that he found in all of this stuff that he's investigating was that she had exculpatory evidence. And that's why they did the subpoena.
She thinks she saw, which is, in contrary to what we know happened, right? Which is, Bryan coming from downstairs and running into Ethan and Xana, murdering all 4 of them. I wonder what she thinks she saw that is different than that whole scenario.
I don't know.
That's the thing. Up until this point, there's been zero statement from her. Up until this point, she has seen nothing. There has been zero account of what she's seen. Like, she had supposedly either been sleeping downstairs the whole time or been gone from the house the whole time, but that's what no one knows.
Right, because
it's why is she such a missing puzzle piece to this story?
They led us to believe the whole time. And Vapor, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Because, if y'all remember at the beginning, they had led everybody to believe that her and Dylan both were asleep on the first floor and they slept through the whole thing. And then the PCA comes out, and then Dylan all of a sudden is on the second floor and sees the guy. Bethany's claiming that she's seen Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi House at 1:45 in the morning. So really, that's the only thing that we actually heard anything of Bethany was that she saw Ethan and Xana.
They were probably also wasted. That's what I'm thinking is that, there were probably just so much alcohol involved that, everybody was a little bit off, except for Bryan. I don't know. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, there's even with that, like, we know that Kaylee and Maddie had been at the bar that night. Dylan allegedly was at the ball game. They had, like, what was it, their last home game or something that night. And then nobody even knew where Bethany was at. It was never said. Like, they were wanting to know where Ethan and Xana were. They were trying to track their steps that night and all this and that. And then all of a sudden, Bethany was at the Sigma Chi House. In her timeline, it's still not adding up.
In that weekend, it was a game weekend because those are at universities. It's just, this alcohol fueled binge,
right.
the home game. If that was that weekend, so I don't know. The whole crew was juiced.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the last home game for University of Idaho.
Oh, they lost. That's right. They told me they lost.
And they actually had played UC Davis, and then if y'all remember, like a week or two ago, UC Davis had all the murders there. Which I know has nothing to do with Idaho, but still, it's
a nice coincidence. An interesting coincidence.
It's kind of weird. All these different things are happening.
Someone else joined the panel. Who was it?
Vapor just came up.
Hey.
Okay. Oh, and Bethea is sitting backstage. Hold on. Let me grab him. Wait, who did we just lose? Daylight just left. Okay. So. Okay, Bethea, can you hear us okay?
Loud and clear. How you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm just trying to upload a video I did earlier this evening. It was a follow-up to something I did live regarding this. It's a very disturbing case. A 10-year-old boy was abused, malnourished. He was somehow able to escape his home. A neighbor found him wandering in the yard. And the disturbing thing about it is the kid weighed only 36 pounds.
Okay, y'all, give me just a second. I'm trying to get Daylight. I'm trying to get his thing back. Give me just a second. Okay, and can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, you're fine, Scarlett.
All right. Who else wanted to come up? Tony, did you want to come up? I was trying to see. Okay, Daylight is coming back. I'm trying to get everybody up on panel real quick.
That's crazy. There's 5 people on the panel. I think if I'm in the show, I'm in the show. So yeah, there's 5 people in the show, which is pretty cool. Hey, that's terrible. How old was the little boy? Oh, you said he's
10.
10.
Tony, give
Ah,
me a second,
that's like a
y'all.
stick, right? It's like no, that's ah, to do that to a child, right? You know,
Mm,
it's like concentration camp. It's like the concentration camp in Germany.
mm.
Tony, can you hear us okay?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure everybody can still hear because I hear like a slight echo and I don't know where it's coming from.
I think it's my end. Hold on, I can switch
Okay.
it.
Because I know whose that girl is. She's muted, so I know it's not from her.
I'm on headphones, shouldn't be me.
Okay. No, I don't hear it from you either, Tony. And I don't, it may be my phone. Hold on. Let me move my phone away from. Okay. All right. So, Vapor, what was you wanting to come up and talk about?
Switch
Well, I
to
was
these
just going to
headphones and see if
bring
it
up
eliminates any of the background
the
hum.
timeline. I mean, it's only my opinion of what I think happened on the timeline, but so that's the only thing I was going to talk about.
Okay.
Go through it. It'd be interesting to hear it again. To be
Well,
honest
I
with you.
mean, it was said that that they saw that DoorDash was there at 4, and then they saw his car again at 4:04. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then, sometime after,
Allegedly.
yeah. So then, apparently, within a few more minutes after that, he was in the house because, I mean, either way, my opinion is that he went straight upstairs first, and the fact that Xana was on TikTok at 4:12, I believe that she or Ethan ran into him when they were taking the bag back into the kitchen when he was coming downstairs, and I think that's how that whole situation happened. I don't know if he would have went to her room either way. I just think that either Xana or Ethan ran into him when he was coming downstairs from going back to the kitchen or the bathroom or something, and then that's why all the other stuff happened in Xana's room.
That's what
but
I always thought too, that they ran into him and he either probably chased them. Hey, Callie Dime, probably chased them back to her room.
either that or
Collateral damage. Then Ethan came
Right.
out afterwards, right? And said
either that or he was
heard the
coming
noise.
down the steps and they never saw him. Because if they would have seen him the same time, they would have ran into each other in that kitchen step area. There would have been issues right there, not in her room. He may have been coming down the last flight and saw them walk around the corner back to her room and followed them there.
Or heard them. He
That's
might have heard them in there talking or anything like that. Because I mean, if she would have had her door open and her bedroom light on, that light would have shined all the way up through that hallway into the living room, and he could have seen it.
That's true, but why go there if he went directly upstairs to do what he wanted to do? Why go to Xana's room just because he heard noises and he hadn't been caught or seen at that point? So why go there unless somebody ran into him and they saw each other? And then they booked it back to Xana's room because why go to Xana's room because he hears somebody awake and then walk back by Dylan standing in her doorway and leave her alone?
That doesn't make any sense. Why, if he saw Dylan, that's what I'm wondering. Like, how, when they said she opened her door and seen him walk by, like, how far did she open her door?
I don't know how far, but like I said before, I mean, the only reason that he may not have seen her is because he was looking down, so he didn't trip on that step. But she was, I mean, in that area where the footprint is, and to make that turn to go to the kitchen in front of her door, she would have had to been within 2 feet of that guy.
Oh, for sure, because that little area right there is super small little spot. It's not a big area. I mean, if he would have ran into, let's just say, Ethan or Xana in that area, there's no way Dylan wouldn't have heard it, and it would have been red stuff everywhere. So just imagine in her room which I don't think her room is that big either. Xana's room. And
Yeah, they're all small. All the bedrooms
Right.
are small. Yeah.
I mean, we don't
Yeah,
really know how. I mean, no, we know that Xana had defensive wounds, but I mean, who knows? I mean, Xana and Ethan could have ganged up on him to the point where they almost had him, but I mean, they don't have a weapon to do any damage. They're only physically trying to stop him.
Right.
I mean, eventually
Yeah.
being hit
Yeah.
with that knife so many times, you're going to
Oh,
succumb.
Jesus.
And I mean,
You're 100% correct.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you never
That's
know. They
right.
may have had him down at one point. They may have had all kinds of situations, but he's the one with the weapon, and
True.
Maybe he comes around the corner coming downstairs and runs into Xana, and he just says to himself, "Oh, here's one extra one," and he kills her. And then that scream brings out Ethan from the other room, I think, to just say, "Hey, what's going on?" I heard this loud gasping noise from the kitchen. What's up? And then he runs into Ethan, and then it's the battle of the century there. You big Ethan and him.
Yeah.
So, it's the first time he hasn't had to deal with little girls. Now he's got to deal with this big guy. He takes care of him, and then he's out the door.
Well, I mean,
I'd back Ethan
was it
against
ever
Bryan.
confirmed if Ethan was
He
found
wants
in
the
the
knife.
doorway or not?
I've heard stories that he was found in the doorway, and I've heard
And that's what I've heard too.
yeah, I believe he was found closest to the door, closer than Xana, though, just because with what we've heard about Hunter or whoever went up there to find them, I mean, he wouldn't have bypassed Xana and stepped over her through all that mess to get to Ethan. He would have checked her also,
Well, and I mean, my honest belief with like what we've been told, like if like let's say he was found in the doorway, my biggest belief is that, I mean, we know that he went to the first, we know he went to the top story first. So he went up to the third story, and then it's been said that there was screaming heard. There was, they thought Kaylee was playing with her dog, whatever. But by the time he was coming back down, like maybe Xana freaked out and was like, "Ethan, you need to go see what's going on. Like something sounds wrong." So like what I truly believe is that he went to go see what was happening because she was scared.
That makes
And
sense.
as he was going out, whoever it was, it's like all speculation, but like if Bryan was coming down the stairs at that moment that he was going out to see what was happening, once it's another obstacle in his way, and it's another, like, I mean, if you were committing the crime that he was committing, he is in fight or flight mode. There is no question whatsoever that his sympathetic nervous system is going through the roof. His adrenaline's pumping. He has epinephrine, norepinephrine. Like everything in the sympathetic nervous system is completely skyrocketing after completing what he had just completed. And if he walks down the stairs and sees someone looking straight at him, I would think that he would just continue to take that person out as either a threat or a worry that they might sell him out.
And just act
and that's my
immediately
belief.
too. Yep. Oh, I think you're right. Act immediately just to get to the door. Anything in between you and the door has to get out. Has to be out of my way. No, and that's probably what did Ethan in. Yep.
Okay, so real quick, what it says in the PCA is about where Ethan and Xana was. It says that, and this is Brett Payne's PCA. He's saying that whenever he, first goes into the house and all this and he goes upstairs, he goes down the hallway. He's saying that as he approached the room, talking about Xana's room, as he approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle laying on the floor. To me, that sounds like he could see her laying where he could see her walking down, as he's walking down the hall towards her bedroom door, he could see her. But he's saying that she was laying on the floor in the room, and then she was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. So it says Ethan was in the room, but it doesn't say if he was on the floor or if he was on the bed or where he was at.
But see, that's something that I have a hard time believing. It's like if there was a conversation between Ethan and Xana that there might be a threat upstairs, that like Xana would be the one to go out and find out what it is, I mean, like I don't know the relationship. I don't know anything. It's just like me thinking I would think that Ethan would be the one to be like, okay, I'm going to go see what it is. If there was any source of threat or danger whatsoever.
Right. And Dylan says she hears a guy say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So was that Ethan's voice or was this Bryan's voice saying it?
But who would Ethan be
It's so
talking to? Because
creepy.
he never made it up
It's-
to the 3rd floor. So if he's like saying, "It's okay, guys, I'm going to help you," who would he be talking to? Because he wasn't up on the 3rd floor. So he would
Well, he
essentially
might have
be
been
talking to
talking.
Bryan and Dana, but guys implements that there were more than one person there.
I mean, who knows with what went on in the room, how many times Ethan, Xanon, and BK had switched positions all over that place, and just
Yep.
you know, I mean, you never know. I mean, you're not going to stand in one spot, in you know. I mean,
It's a
there's
dance of
that the
death.
room being small like it is. I mean, it was probably like a. I mean, they were just probably going round and round and round,
Yep.
and where they ended up being found doesn't necessarily, you know. I mean, the crime scene is probably could tell a little more, obviously, with all the footprints and the blood and where they're going and where you know, but who knows how many footprints were put there. I mean, I don't know. With all the people that got called over there, I'm sure all that blood was pretty dry or really close to it. So
Well,
you should be able to decipher what was happening at the time versus
that's
footprints
true.
put there later.
Later.
And
Yeah.
Vapor, you just brought up a really interesting point that I've never even thought about. It's like in comparison to where they were found initially starting to like where the attack happened, it's like those positions could have changed so many times. So like even if, I don't know if I say trigger warning, but like even if Xana was found in the doorway and Ethan was found in the room, it's like that does not depict who exited the room first. It's like maybe even Ethan was the first line of attack, and then Xana tried to leave to go get help. It's like that's a really interesting point that I've never thought about. So thank you for bringing that up. It's, you know, body placement doesn't say anything about the actual story and the actual struggle that took place.
Yeah, I mean, and neither one of them was going to give up. You know, I mean, the only reason they gave up is because they just succumbed to whatever injuries they had. They weren't
Well,
going to stop
especially
fighting.
when there's two other people in the house. Like if you know that, I mean, you don't know, but like essentially there's like maybe they heard him come from downstairs or come from upstairs, and if they knew he came from upstairs, then that means that they know there are still two other people in the house who potentially have not encountered this person yet that could potentially call 911 that could help. I mean, that would, just personally speaking, that would be my first instinct, is get out of
Oh,
the room
yeah.
if I can and try and flag down help, try and call for anyone who can help.
That's what's going to happen, because you can't, you know, in the old days you cut the phone cords, but you can't do that anymore. So if you leave anybody alive, they're going to call 911 immediately. And, you know, you got
Apparently
no time
not.
to get out of the job.
Or just call out to the roommates left in the house. You know, it's like, you know, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roommates living in that house. Like my first thought would be to just get out and like hope that someone was still around and able to hear me.
Yeah, I can't imagine Xana or Ethan leaving the other one to fend for themselves while that whole thing's going down.
That's
That
true,
doesn't make any
unless they
sense.
already knew that one or the other was already, unless they knew that they were the only one still able to escape that situation, like, and the other one had succumbed to their injuries. That's the only reason I could ever see one of them leaving, is if it was,
Right.
I'm the only one who's probably going to escape this.
Well,
I don't know. I
cannot
mean,
tight with a crack tonight. The heck?
Imagine being on.
he definitely had a fight for the last two. I think Maddie and Kaylee were either asleep or very close to it, and they were pretty much just sitting ducks, I guess
Easy
you would
kill.
say.
But
Yeah.
okay, but if you have two girls sleeping in a bed, okay, and they're both asleep, and he goes in, he can't murder both of them at the same time. So as he's murdering the first one, doesn't it make sense that the second one would have woke up and tried to fight him?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah, but I mean,
it would have, but
think about how fast you can swing a knife.
And
I
well,
mean,
yeah,
yeah,
I was gonna say, all it takes is one blunt force trauma to the perfect area in the head to temporarily I don't want to say paralyzed, but you know what I mean. A person.
Right.
Yeah, you can
Incapacitated is the word you're
incapacitate
looking
somebody
for.
really easy. I mean, and we don't know if he slit somebody's throat. We don't know. I mean, there are certain places you hit somebody just once with that knife that he had, and they're not going
Yeah.
to talk. They're not going to move. They're not going to do anything. They're going to just
It's
lay
true.
there until they bleed out.
But one thing I was
Yeah.
thinking about, and it's like, it's like they always say, like, you go back to the beginning of a case, go back to what you know. And one thing that I kind of thought about tonight that I have not thought about in a while is that there is evidence that Bryan Kohberger has multiple pictures of one of the victims on his phone. And I kind of forgot about that for a while until I was like going over everything tonight. And well, wait a
I
minute.
mean, we don't know which victim that was, but
Well,
I'm
we
going to
don't.
guess
We
it was
don't.
one of the two upstairs.
Yes, but we do know that he had multiple pictures of one of them on his phone.
And
Kylie.
allegedly had sent multiple
DMs.
messages. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
To one of them as well.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
And he
probably
was rejected. He was totally rejected or ignored or whatever. And then his anger boiled over. So motivation is anger,
Well, I can't imagine that alone was what set him there, because, I mean, if you look at the guy and everything we've heard about his dating, love life, so-called whatever it is, he's been rejected plenty. So, I mean, I don't think that alone would have,
over the
triggered
edge.
this situation. There had to be something else.
I mean, I will say that, like, it potentially could not, but Lost, I know you've talked about this before, and it's like the L.A. Roger case, and the reason that I continue to bring that up and that it holds so true to me is because I went to the same college that L.A. Roger went to at the time, and 2 days after he had committed his murders, because women were not paying attention to him, and I started watching his videos that he created. They were made a block from my house. I walked the same campus that he did for months. I attended classes on the same campus that he did for months and months and months. And I think that case alone is enough to say it's like you really don't know what someone's motive is. And like there are people out there who will commit a very, very, very extreme, hateful, heinous murder just because of the lack of attention that they have received.
I think 3 of 5 are ever solved. I think is like what the going rate is on murders. So like, even if you get a conviction, it's so many murders, and there are so many murderers out there, that people just don't know about, that are just kind of walking around. We see the tip of the iceberg. Florida, where I live, has more violent felons per capita than any other state in the United States. I looked it up. It's a very dangerous situation down here in Florida, is what I would say. It's like
it's getting dangerous anywhere, though. Honestly,
it really is.
I can back that statement up. Every time I turn the local news on here, in the Portland area, there's always some shooting.
Right. I mean, that's how it is.
Oh my God! I spent a decade in Portland. I know Portland so well.
Like Louisiana's getting.
Portland's horrible.
Louisiana's getting horrible. No, you're fine. Like literally, just in Shreveport, every night there's like 2 or 3 shootings, and that's just in Shreveport. It's not as big a city as what Baton Rouge and New Orleans is, and it's getting. And even the town where we were talking about, Natchitoches, there used to never be a shooting in Natchitoches, Louisiana, and here lately there's one almost every weekend.
Scarlett, is it a pretty small town where that is?
Where Natchitoches is?
Yeah.
It's not too big, but it's not really. It's growing still.
And that's what, like, it's like I see it in so many towns. I see it happen in California. I see it happen in Montana, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and I'm not blaming this.
It stretches across to Orlando. Keep going all the way to the East Coast. It hits Orlando.
I'm just going to say the trend that I have seen is, it kind of happened when COVID took over. And what happened is so many people were able to start working remotely. They could travel anywhere they wanted to. And I think that many people had the freedom to move wherever they wanted, and the people that had the opportunity to move to those places were people who had a lot of money. And I think there's, certain trends who probably follow that. But I don't know. It's, it's like you look at like what's a common denominator, and it's like in the last 3 to 4 years, there's so many small towns that are seeing overpopulation, increased crime growth, and I just think that it, it kind of might be a trickle effect of this opportunity for people to go live wherever they want and work a job wherever they want, and that doesn't just include high-end wealthy people. It really does include anyone. But it's like where money flows, so does a lot of other things.
Well, that's like where I live. Okay, I'm literally in the sticks here. There is probably a half a mile through the woods. There's like a main road that goes through there, and just like a week
I
or
drive
so
on a
ago,
dirt road to get to my house. I drive on a dirt road. It's like a 2-mile dirt road.
Yeah, I mean, mine's a mile long just to get to my house.
You
but
people, I
through the
live downtown. It's it's like entirely the opposite. Yeah, I live in the.
Wait, I want to hear what Scarlett has to say.
That's
Sorry,
interesting. I'm sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. I just want to hear what Scarlett has to say.
But like I said, so like a half a mile through our woods is another road. And I'm pretty sure y'all probably heard the train and all that when I've been live. Well, the other night there was, and this is still in the country, 3 kids are driving down this road, a half a mile through the woods from my house, and somebody just opens fire on their car. And 2 of them get hit. And thank God it's not life-threatening or nothing like that, but literally just driving down the road in the country, and they get shot at.
It's absolutely horrific.
It's crazy. And nothing like that ever happens around here.
There's a kid on vacation here in Orlando at one of the parks, and he was in the parents' car just in the area driving around in Orlando, got shot in the head. And, if you walk it back, where did the bullet come from? And it came from, a drug addict just shooting a rifle just on a whim and actually killed the kid. Yeah, shot him in the head. Yeah, outside of Orlando, and that's just like it's people who aren't even involved. It's a crossfire now, right? Between I don't know, just caught in the middle of the whole thing.
Brad, can you hear us? Okay.
Oh, yep, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you good.
All right.
Yes.
Is Tony
Crystal.
still up here? Where did Tony? Are you good too? I just want to make sure you could hear us. I can't remember if
I'm here. I just cannot get a word in.
Tony, I just saw your comment in chat, and I agree. Like, someone shot in the U.S.? No.
Tony, where are you?
I'm in New Zealand.
Oh wow.
Ah, there you go.
Trying to figure out the accent. I couldn't. Honestly, I don't know the accent. I've never been there before, but I would really like to go sometime.
Okay, so real quick, did all of you that's on the panel right now, except for me because it won't let me vote in the poll, but did y'all go vote in the poll?
Yep. Yes, I said
I did.
Going to plead not guilty.
I did.
Okay. Has everybody else in the chat voted on the poll? Because I'm fixing to take it down.
I can't see a poll.
It's at the top of the chat.
I must have closed it or something. I can't see. Okay,
anything. Yeah. It shows 248 votes.
It's a landslide.
198 people.
Yeah, okay.
It's pretty much a giveaway. Yeah. He's gonna plead not guilty.
He's not there to lose.
Yeah, not at the moment.
Okay, well, I'm fixing to go ahead. I'm gonna give it like 5 more minutes on the poll, and then I'm gonna end it because that way I can take it down off the top of my chat because it's taken away.
I should go out on 4chan and get a bunch of trolls to come in and turn it the opposite direction.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
I'm just kidding.
I'm curious what
I have no idea how to do that.
Hey, Pickle Me Elmo, how are you? Okay, so I had a question I was just going to ask everybody on panel, and I forgot now what it was.
I have a question too. When you
go ahead.
I'd like to know if anyone on the panel thinks that they would only include one latent footprint in the PCA if there was tons of similar prints around, like bloody
Yes.
ones, because there's no way that you can go from room to room, in my opinion, without leaving a
Tracking.
trail of some kind. I mean, we're talking about a real super tight
I totally
time
agree with
frame.
that.
I think
You
think
might-
the reason
go
why they
ahead,
let
Vapor, and
that
so much,
footprint
my friend,
in,
but yeah.
I think the reason why they let that footprint in is because it's right in front of Dylan's door, and she's the one that they put in the PCA as eyewitness. So I think that's why they use that one. If there is more, I don't know if there's more, but you are right. I can't imagine anybody walking around that house with.
The
Do you mind-
description of the footprint.
Well, I
Do you mind if
I
I
can
chime in?
actually imagine it, but it would take preparation. You wouldn't be able to, because if you cleaned up everything afterwards, let's say like for hypothesis alone, if you had a ton of time to clean up everything else, there would still be evidence that you had cleaned it up, correct? Like they would know that cleaners were used
Yeah.
within a certain amount of time and stuff like that. Well, I used to paint for a living at one time in my life, and it takes probably, depending on the size of the house, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours to lay all the runners out and the big ones for the rooms, and then tape them to the walls and all that kind of crap. But without without having time for some sort of preparation, and this has been my problem with this case most of the time, as far as whether he is solely in it or in it at all. The main problem for me is the short timeline that they're giving us, which is less than 20 minutes. Let's just put it that way.
I think it's close to 8 to 12.
It
Yeah.
is.
Wow.
So
Do you know why
Really-
they included this
That's
one?
a victim every 2 minutes if it's 8. That's pretty good. Right?
Okay,
I mean,
wait.
That's really,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Who's that girl?
Good for fun.
yeah,
I
but
was
then
gonna
getting
say,
out.
The reason that I think they included this one footprint is probably because, I mean, when you look at a footprint, there's so many things to look at beyond just the brand of the shoe. Every single person, it's almost like a fingerprint, but it's like the way that every single person wears their shoe is due to their like muscle memory. So it's like you look at my running shoes, they're completely different from someone else's running shoes. And
Oh my
everything.
God, I hear you talking.
And the reason that I think they may have chosen to keep this latent footprint is it may have been the most consistent one throughout the house. And it comes back to, it's like, I am still so confident that we know 10 to 20% of the evidence that they have.
I don't even think we know
Do you
that
think?
much.
Yeah, I don't.
And
don't
maybe
even
it's not
think
even that much, but maybe them releasing this one footprint is because it is this only single footprint that they found with like not only just like the brand pattern, but like the similar wear pattern. It's because like you look at it, it's like the inner sole or like the outer sole of the foot, and then you have like the inner arch of the foot, the inner ball of the foot. It's like everyone's shoes wears differently. So maybe this one particular shoe latent footprint that they have released is the only one that was consistent through every single crime scene in the house.
Yeah, it's the only one that kept being repeated.
Exactly. And I think that's why it's important.
Like a rubber stamp, it was all over the house, and that's the one.
If it's
that
only
makes
footprint consistent in every single room and every single point in the crime scene, then you can pretty much. I'm not going to say
find the shoe,
but there's a high probability that this person was present at the time of the murders, or at least was there at the end of the after the murders. But from what we can recount from everyone's story is that no one had made it to each and every single crime scene within the house by the time that 911 was called.
Well, they'd also have to be there while the blood was fresh.
So then don't you think that they would include that it was similar to other footprints in the house or something?
I don't, because that's a crucial piece of evidence that they don't want to disclose to public information. And I think that's something that they are going to want to hold close to them as a piece of evidence that they can produce to the grand jury if necessary for reason to prosecute the defendant as guilty.
Yeah. Also, by now, I'm sure they know the size of that footprint versus the size of his foot.
Well,
They probably have the shoe. I would say they have the shoe from one of the searches. Like, that he was stupid enough to keep his shoes around. And, once you have that, it's just as the other guest was saying that, it's the stamp itself. And now you've got all these stamp prints all over the house. And, it's definitely this guy's shoe. It's probably, that sounds like a crucial piece of evidence. I'll bet you that's what happened. I'll bet you that's exactly what happened.
I mean, I don't think that he kept anything he wore when he was in that house. That would be worse than leaving the knife sheath behind if he kept anything he wore.
Then how do they know? Then what's the point on the footprints? I mean, if you can't match them to him, then why is anything important? I guess,
you can match them to him, like she was saying. If that's the only repeating footprint throughout all the crime scene, I mean, there could be other footprints, but the one that's common to all the areas of importance, and if that footprint matches his size, they could tie
his size. Okay, but that narrows it. I mean, it's easy to pick that apart. I don't know how many people have that shoe size in that town. It's going to be thousands and thousands.
No, there's not thousands of people in that town that have a size 13 shoe. That I would think.
That is true if he has big feet. I have big feet like that. I have a size 13 by 13 extra wide. So that's exactly my size.
Where were you November 12th?
Isn't that funny? Coincidentally, it's my exact shoe size, but mine are wider. I have to deliberately get shoes.
Wait, hold on. How do you know how wide the shoe print was in the house?
We don't know how wide the shoe print is, but we know how big the shoes were they took from him.
But he's saying his is wider.
Oh, are you talking about on panel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan,
well, I'm not accusing him of that.
No, I'm not either. I'm only joking with him because he said that my foot is wider. So
you would have to have inside information about if that was a wide or a regular.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why I was asking. How do you know that your foot?
I'm looking at my shoes right now. You guys, a size 13 running shoe. I don't know how many of you guys, what you guys wear or not, but those things are like, and I wear them all the time. They're like, what would you say, snowshoes? It's like that size. They're just huge. It's going to be this big shoe that's plopped all around the place, right?
Yeah, the moment you guys said a size 13, that counted me out quick. I'm like a 10 and a half.
My son is 23 and he wears a size 12, and they're like clown shoes compared to what my size 8s are.
I could almost get a 13 and a half in if they made them, but they don't. So it's sort of squeeze on a 13. So you're right. That's a weird size. If he has big feet and there's this big footprint that goes throughout the entire crime scene, I think you're onto something. That'll be something to look at anyway. But what did he?
I'm glad she brought that up because I didn't really think about the repeated. Because everybody was making a big deal about, there's only one footprint in that whole house, and they had to use amino black to find it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not true.
Well, I even said it. I think was it night before last.
That's crazy.
that 1 foot had to step before and after the footprint that they found. Like there had to be other footprints, but why did they only put that one in the PCA?
And that it's latent.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to change devices real quick. Would you mind dropping the link in the chat real quick so I just have to switch my computer than my other device.
Okay.
I feel like that's suggestive that there was no other prints. That's what it says to me. They found one latent footprint. They didn't find 20 footprints leading up to the door and one latent one, or they didn't find several footprints that were similar to this latent one at the door or any of that. And as far as what they have and what they don't have, what they have now, we have no clue, right? They served warrants, they went places, But previous to that, and at the time of the PCA, which stands for probable cause affidavit, it means probable cause. That probable cause means that further investigation due to some limited evidence, not a shitload. You know, I don't know where people are getting that from.
Shitload. That's really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have a
PCA
shit.
yesterday.
They may have a shitload now that is incomprehensible with 50 plus terabytes and all this other stuff that we're hearing about. And I, you know, I've never tried to like prove that he's innocent or to prove that he's guilty. I'm just like measuring the evidence that I can see in front of me, and kind of where my gut goes to, just like everyone else. But
yeah, but I mean, you got to say, man. I mean, shitload. That's a technical term, you know.
yeah. Sorry about that.
I was also
Not quite sure if it's
I like the way your thinking is going, but you also got to factor in one other thing though. With all that evidence you're measuring, how much of it is going to be admissible in court?
Well, there's that too. But my point is that if they would have had enough evidence, we would have never seen a probable cause affidavit. It would have just been an indictment, straight up.
Oh, I totally agree with you on that.
You know.
Okay.
Well,
So,
I mean, at that time,
to say that you know, I mean, I know they don't have to include everything, but you would think that they would try to include enough to convince someone for sure if they had it. You know what I mean? And I don't feel like. I don't feel that in and of itself the PCA was very convincing to me, other than the fact that they can place some form of his DNA at the scene. And if you look into touch DNA, it's not very conclusive evidence in most courts of law. You know, it's not the end all.
I like this idea about Rosie though. Now she said hypothetically, what if he wore larger shoes than usual and bulked up with heavy socks to not slip out of them?
Yeah, but take a chance of losing his shoe also.
Yeah, because I mean, if it's a bigger shoe, then it's gonna, when he steps, it's gonna step different than what his actual foot would step in a shoe that's the same size or the size that he would wear.
If any normal human being put on my shoes, you couldn't put enough socks on them. Honestly, it's just so bad. Honestly, if I look down at them, you just don't appreciate the size of a 13.5. It's just huge, and people, there's no way a normal person is wearing that shoe around under any circumstances. and committing those murders, no way. You're gonna go up and down stairs at the same time. No,
he would probably trip.
Or that size.
Yeah, you're gonna go up and down stairs. You're gonna be you can't go in there and knowing you're gonna do what he did with a knife and think that there's not going to be blood everywhere for once. So you're talking about slipping. You're talking about having to move quickly. I mean, there's no way.
What do you do with the clothes after? I don't know. Is that a legitimate question?
Oh, yeah, they're in a bag in my closet.
I mean, I think he hid them somewhere.
They could be wrapped up with the knife in that forest.
I don't know. I think he hid the knife in the clothes separately.
Well, you know what else we don't know is that, like, all we know is that, like, many materials that were found in his apartment and they had tested for blood had came back positive. Like, that is confirmed. We know that there were many blood stains in his apartment that had tested positive, but what we don't know is who they're from.
Exactly.
Because
like, there were
they never did DNA on him.
So all we know at this point is there's multiple blood-stained pillowcases, sheets, and I want to say clothing. I'm not positive about the last one, but we do not know the source and the DNA match of that blood.
No, they never did do a DNA on them.
It's going to have the victims, definitely.
And that's a huge fact that we don't know. And like even seeing earlier today, it's like the fact that they had thrown out the sheath evidence, like that is no longer a piece of evidence in this case, makes
and
me
that's what got the arrest warrant. That's what's crazy.
But I mean,
they
you look
threw
at
out
it,
the sheath evidence.
Yes, but you know, there's so many you can argue that piece in so many ways. It's like all there is touch DNA. That does not prove that he's at the scene of the crime. It does not prove that he committed the murders. All it proves is that he touched that sheath at one point.
It doesn't even truly prove that,
And
honestly.
the fact, well, I mean, if his touch DNA evidence is on it, that could be a fingerprint, that could be DNA. I mean,
There's scientific experiments where people sit at a table on a patio and share, they have drinks together, and it ends up that people that were never there had their DNA present. And how that happens,
unless you're going to latently lift a print off an object and place it onto another, yes, that is still a possibility. But
well, we don't even know. We don't know that there's a print at all. I haven't heard anyone say that there's a print on it. What they say is that there's single source touch DNA, which can consist of less than 20 cells.
Just floating in the breeze,
Yeah, skin cells. So, like, we all shed skin cells all the time, like all day long, whether we want to admit it or not.
And that piece of evidence, which if we can look back on, the sheath was the original form of evidence that everyone was freaking out over. Everyone's like, oh my god, it was him. There's a knife sheath there, it has his DNA on it. Like, that's the original form of evidence.
It's the one that they intentionally excluded from the warrant, though.
Hey, y'all, I gotta mute out for just 1 second. I need to mute out for just 1 second. Y'all just go ahead and keep talking what y'all are discussing.
Sure.
Okay.
Go for it. But I was going to say the fact that the prosecution has taken out this key piece of evidence so far in media, it kind of leads me to believe that they have a hell of a lot more in store.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there, considering that the grand jury approved it, right? And considering that they would be doing their jobs properly, then I would have to agree with you. They have collected some other stuff, or maybe the ID thing's really real. Maybe the blood is theirs. Like, who knows?
Okay, I'm back.
But when they did the warrant, they specifically put a little extra thing in there about excluding that DNA from being the reason to do the warrant. And then they also further included it in this newest thing.
Another thing I think a lot of people have not put, have kind of forgot about, because like I said, I've been going back to the beginning. I'm like, okay, we're here, but what is in the past that we forgot? And
how do we get here?
There's multiple viable sources. Do you guys remember when they first came out with all the written items that were confiscated from the household? How there was the controversy over what was found. It was something found in a glove in a box. And I remember afterwards seeing multiple sources saying that there was one of the victims' IDs was found in a glove in a box in possession of Bryan Kohberger. So if you have let's just say that's true.
Trophy.
That he had one exactly, but there's the multiple photos of one of the victims on his phone. We have these random blood stains in his house that we don't know who they belong to yet. But that's why I've been waiting for this hearing.
He's like a high-tech version of BTK, and he idolized BTK, right? So,
well, yes, but
he's like a high-tech version of BTK.
And like I've said over and over, it's we know 10% of this case. And I think that's why everyone is chomping at the bit for this, is because everyone knows that we don't even know half of it. We know literally 10% of the evidence that is withheld, and all the speculation, all the everything, all the questions is going to be put to rest as soon as this case comes to trial and the jury the defense presents its case and the prosecution presents its case. It's that's why I think this is such a it's still being held in such interest, is because there's so many unanswered questions. It's well, there's this possible piece of evidence, there's this possible piece of evidence. It's you know what I mean?
I'm interested in the handshakes between devices, especially if the tower pings are not within 10 or 20 meters.
but I'll bet that's the evidence they have is his cell phone trying to connect to. He's probably stupid enough not to put it in airplane mode, and just him trying to connect to these routers.
Well, but even
in the
that can be
general
debunked.
area.
Even pinging to a Wi-Fi source can be debunked so quickly, and that's why it's going to come down to. And I've said literally from like day 2, and like I have friends who live very close in proximity to Moscow, and they're not part of the college, they're not part of anything, but they texted me 2 days after the murder, before this case even hit media, and they're like, "Hey, did you hear about what happened in Idaho?" And I was like, "No, what happened?" And they kind of filled me in, and then I dug in and I started seeing kind of more and more information show up. But I have said from the second that I started looking into this case is so huge and so, I wouldn't even say as a country spread wise, but it is so globally known that it is going to have to come down to DNA evidence to place this person at the scene of the crime to charge someone. And I've said it for months and months and months. It's going to come down to DNA evidence of whether or not it be his DNA at the scene of the crime or DNA of the victims at the house. But that's my.
And the defense, if they do have
it's
that,
gonna
the
come down to
defense
DNA
will
evidence.
attack the defense will attack the DNA evidence and the handling of the evidence from the crime scene. That will be
Yeah,
their
but
approach, right?
if you have
They'll do.
blood, like let's just say like this is all speculation. If you have DNA blood evidence from at least 1 or 2 of the victims in his house, how are you going to contradict that?
How are you going to explain that?
Exactly.
Could
That's
not,
what I'm
but
saying.
I mean, the
Like
clincher, in my opinion,
this is not just some minor case. Like the defense attorney, like everyone is going to make sure with every single set of evidence that they present that there's no way for it to be thrown out, because as
Chain
soon
of
as this is called a
custody,
mistrial, as soon as this case, if like let's just say if this case was a mistrial, then all the evidence presented in the first trial would not be viable in the second trial. So they're going to have to come up with a whole new set of evidence to present the
That's
fact
right.
that this defendant is guilty. So you know
That's
that if
right.
they are bringing him to court and they have evidence, they are going to bet damn well sure that it is solid, rock hard evidence.
It might take them twice.
Every
You're right. Might take them twice.
Every I dotted and every T crossed, or else it's not gonna go through.
I've been saying for months that they need blood or skin,
And that's what I'm saying. It's going to come down to DNA.
But the real truth of it is, in my personal opinion, I watched. I didn't watch thoroughly, but I watched the Murtaugh trial, and
that shit was wild. I will just say
that was wild.
I feel like personally that they convicted him more of being a liar and a thief and claiming to love people that he hurt than they proved their case to me.
Yeah, well, the liar thing was a big thing for people when he said he was never at the crime scene at the time of the crime, and then that's not backed up by the fact that you have this video from his son that says that he was there. So I think that, and then he has to confess to that in front of the jury. How do I believe anything you say? Right? That's really
exactly. But my point is that the actual evidence was circumstantial. True. They didn't have the fingerprint on the weapon, even though it was a similar weapon to ones that they owned and had stolen from them, and this and that. And then Ethan. Oh wait, what's his name? No, I got the wrong name. Eric, the guy on YouTube, not to name channels, but there's a guy that lives around there, did a great documentary series on all of it. And, he's even got him on film basically bringing guns out of the house after the fact and stuff.
before they raided the house. But you know what's interesting about that case versus this case, and it just goes to show it's like why no two cases are the same. It's like that case included very, very high money. It included very, very high, well-known people. And it's like the more and more and more and more you look into cases, the more and more you realize that they cannot be compared, because there are always factors that are present in one case that are not present in another. And
I'm just saying that previous to that, I really didn't think that they would be able to go very far with this one that we're looking at without a lot more than what they were showing. At this point, I feel like they could probably do it all with what they've shown, because most people aren't going to have a problem with that, and apparently, you know what I mean, from like everything I've seen online with the chats and how people feel, and I don't know. I feel like presumed innocence is something that should really be taught hard to our children, because I don't think a lot of people really understand what the presumption of innocence is, and being presumed that until you're proven guilty, like the court of public opinion is, put them in front of the guns, for the
I
most
agree. And
I think
that's
you're
like
right.
exactly
It's,
why. Can I use an analogy real quick? So it's like, it's like what YouTube says, what we see on the news, what is being presented. This is my analogy. When you see a couple and you look at them and you're like, oh my God, they're so happy. They have the perfect life. They have everything. Like, people want to be them. They want that relationship.
oh, I know. I understand that feeling 100%.
But you understand
look at
that when you were only seeing 10% of a relationship where someone you think
right.
is so perfectly
You're only seeing a
happy.
snapshot, right? At the
Yes,
exact
but
same.
what you
Right?
don't
Yeah.
know, is the 80% that's going on behind the scenes. You don't know, is that happiness up front? You don't know anything. And that's how I look at these crime cases. It's like what we are being told and what we are seeing is literally only 10%
It's
of
an
what is
iceberg. It's like the
is
iceberg. You only see the
exactly. And
tip.
that is only
Yeah.
10% of what is being presented to the public, to everyone.
Yeah.
But what we don't see is all the shit that is going on behind the scenes.
What's below
And
the
it's
sea
exactly
level?
what you said. It's why we have to leave it. Why we have to leave it to a grand jury. Why we have to leave it to the court. Because, I mean, as a YouTube community, as hard as we want to dig, the breaking points to this case that we want to find that would completely blow this case out of the water, we are not going to find on the internet. We are just going to have to simply wait until it is presented in front of the judge, in front of the court.
How do you guys feel about the Associated Press trying to drop the? I'd really like to hear from West Coast, from Portland, and to New Zealand. It's like, how do you feel about the Associated Press case trying to, lift up the gag order on this thing? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't know. I mean, I really have to think about it for a while.
I think the gag order so far has only helped the defense. I think if they're going to have a gag order, then it should only pertain to people included in the trial. I don't think they should gag the families. I think that that's complete bullshit.
I totally agree.
I think they need to lift the gag order just long enough for the police to come out and be like, all these rumors and speculations is going around. Okay, I hear an echo.
Yeah.
He gets a urine, Scarlett.
Yep.
Is it on my end?
It's
okay, I don't hear it. I don't hear it now.
Are you on speaker?
I actually don't hear it.
Everyone
No.
mute
No.
themselves except Scarlett.
Okay, I don't hear it now. It might have just been a one-time thing. I could barely hear it. But anyway, I think that they need to lift the gag order and let the law enforcement come out and be like, all these rumors and speculation, this isn't true, and whatever is not going to hurt the case, clear it up. And what's going to hurt the case, just don't bother with it. But there's got to be some things that people have ran with, like Xana selling drugs, and people are saying that with no proof. They need to come out and clear that up.
That's the kind of thing. I'm totally against anyway, especially in the YouTube true crime community. They drop all these misinformation, disinformation, and it's hurting the case. It's hurting families, and me, I can't stand it.
Right.
I mean, I simply would not have any problem with them dropping the gag order. But if they let law enforcement come out and deny the stuff that's rumor that isn't true, then everybody's just going to keep throwing rumor after rumor after rumor. And when they certain things they don't deny, then they're just gonna, they're gonna pick things apart until they start piecing things together that they're not denying.
Yeah, but this stuff though, just some of this stuff that's disrespectful to the victims. is
Yeah,
what-
that
what-
That's
stuff.
what I'm
that's-
talking about.
You know what I'm
That
saying?
stuff is. I mean, you got to know that the people that are putting that stuff out there are only doing it for their own.
For clicks and views,
benefit.
and that's it.
That's what I was ranting about earlier today live.
It's ridiculous.
That's what they do. They do this for the clicks, the views, and most times money too.
Right.
Prostitutes of truth crime, YouTube.
Say it again.
They're the prostitutes of YouTube true crime.
Did he say
There you
prostitutes of YouTube true crime?
Right.
He said it. He said it. He said it, and I agree with him.
Prostitutes. It's true. It's porn. It's true crime porn.
Okay, I got it. I just want to make sure that's what I heard you say. I mean, yeah. I mean, really?
Yeah.
That's
It's true. They're out there.
He spoke a
They're
lot of
out
truth
there.
then.
Yeah,
That's
they're
true.
out there.
I mean, it's ridiculous
Run
though
with
that you have
anything.
to go and be disrespectful to a victim and the victim's family just to get clicks and views and money.
Yeah, these guys, they've got 30,000 subscribers. They might have 1,000 members paying them $3 a month. There's $3,000. There's some of these guys, it's a lot of money, and they will put anyone on there. They'll run with any story.
Yep.
Some of it's absolutely ludicrous and so insulting to the victims, the families, the survivors. But hey, they don't care. They don't care. You know, one of them, he won't even show his eyes. He wears sunglasses all day.
Gee, I wonder who that one is.
I know who that is. You got some of them
at all.
You got some of them that hang out in the bushes, and you got some of them that like to scream
There's
into
one
stuff.
called Trev, and I actually went off Trev for a while, but then he had Kim on a couple of times. The second time he had her on, he went crack. He really had a crack at her, and ever since he always had a crack at her, and he's actually gone up in my book since he's done that. But these other ones who run with these storytellers and stuff, it's disgraceful.
K-Match, yes.
The reason that gaggle was in place and the reason they suppress those witnesses is so people like JLR don't go and hassle them all day. That's the level we're at now.
It's also to not taint the jury pool, in my opinion.
But they're taking it the opposite way right now.
They just deny everything. Now
I mean,
deny everything because of the gag.
If you're a juror and they bring you in after all these rumors and all this crap, it's probably just going to make more sense to you. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know, like.
Well,
I mean, I can see how you think it seeds doubt, though. I can see that.
I know one thing. I hope that whoever Ashley Banfield's sources are, I hope they subpoena her and make her give her sources up.
Oh, that'll be Justin and Kim.
Honestly, because I don't know who her sources are, but I want to know who. I really do want to know who they are.
I hope they do that with these other people that are coming forward and stuff. Like they should track these people down and force them to be interviewed as well.
Yeah. And did I say what now?
I thought, did Tony just say Justin? Like, fuck around and find out, Justin?
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit. I thought we got rid of that pile of crap.
Somebody said that he was back on Twitter, but I
Banfield.
haven't looked, but somebody did say the other night that he was back on Twitter.
Oh, he can't stay away.
I did hear something like that.
He thinks he's way too important to not be heard.
God, he makes me
What
sick.
about Ashley? What about Ashley? Not Banfield. We know she's dodgy, but what about the tarot reader, Ashley? She's mad.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
I don't know who that is.
No.
I don't know either. No, that's funny.
You want to go down that rabbit hole? There's a tarot reader who accused a lady.
Oh, you're talking about the TikToker.
I don't even want to name the lady because it's disrespectful to her, but her initials are RS, and she said that she had hired a guy called Jackass to go and do the business at that place, and she's not backing down.
Oh yeah. You're talking about the TikToker that
Ashley Gilliard.
She accused the professor of U of I of having a relationship with one of the victims, and then the professor ends up suing her, and now the TikToker is going to turn around and sue her back for yes, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Wait, another creator's. Wait, Marissa's saying another creator is currently working with FAFO Justin. Really?
Way to ruin your cred.
Yeah, that'll be gold.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Wow.
I watch a lot of stuff on these true crime channels for entertainment. I mean, I'm sitting there laughing at people who believe it and the things they say. It's really sad, really. It's sort of makes you sad, but I find it amusing. It's like a test of people's intelligence or a gullible sort of thing. Some people are so emotionally entangled in the fact that these people died so badly, they're willing to believe anything. Their logic's gone out of their head. They're so emotionally entangled in something that happened to people they don't know, but because they see it day after day after day, it becomes part of their psyche, and they'll believe anything that comes along. Jack, yes.
Yeah. Sad.
Sorry. Hey, White Widow, baby.
Sad but true.
Didn't Justin claim to be part of Ann Taylor's group also?
Yeah, he was working for the defense.
Yeah. And so is this other person supposedly?
Okay. Yeah.
Justin
knew everything because of how he was. That dude is, I don't know.
You know who's really killing me out of all this? You mentioned it just a minute ago. Ashley Banfield. I swear she's like News Nation's version of Paul Heyman. She doesn't give you a prediction. She doesn't unleash her sources. She doesn't give you a prediction. She gives spoilers.
She's the Hans Christian Andersen of mainstream media.
There you go. Always she's got all these doggone sources dropping this, and this. But okay, reveal the sources.
Yeah.
She's got
the only thing that she's gotten right was the tweet last night about this grand jury that I've seen.
Yeah, she's got a burner phone. She's been trying to get hold of Bryan in jail and stuff.
Oh, on her damn phone.
She's mad.
Yeah, she's gonna say. And usually, when I play a video, like any News Nation or whoever I play, I just let the video play and then I talk about it afterwards. I literally had to stop the video in the middle. She's gonna come out and say, "Who these days has a burner phone?" Oh, I have a burner phone. I've been trying to get in touch with Bryan Kohberger. Like, he's not gonna talk to you, lady.
Yeah, that was
what
nuts.
the what?
Yeah, that was nuts.
Really? Like, he's not taking anybody's calls, but his family's and his attorneys is what's being said. He's not going to go talk to somebody who has sources close to the investigation that's putting all this stuff out about him, that is probably mostly lies. Why the fuck would he talk to her?
Well, let's just say she did get to talk to him.
Ann Taylor needs to put an injunction against Banfield trying to sext Bryan on her burner phone.
Did you just say she was sexting him?
I will see that injunction and raise you what somebody mentioned earlier. Have Banfield subpoena to testify and reveal her sources.
Her sources. Yes.
She'll plead the fifth.
No, they already put it in the order. You can't plead the fifth.
It's in the Constitution.
It don't matter. It don't matter. You can't plead the fifth. You have to give up your sources. Like, where are you getting all this information?
Tweet Scarlett.
Never plead the fifth. She has to answer every question.
Exactly. You have to. You are hereby ordered to answer every question.
Is Banfield
China
married?
I don't know.
Can you imagine the shit her spouse has to hear at home?
I don't know. Does anybody know?
Saucy, huh?
Does anybody know if Ashley Banfield is married or not?
Let me do a little digging.
I think I'll.
What do you think, Stevie? Are you up for it?
Yes, this is her second marriage.
Surprising.
Never mind. Stand
Yeah,
down,
married to a-
Stevie.
Married to a gentleman by the name of Chris Hayner since 2017.
He's about ready to be gone.
Wait,
Send
I
him a
had to.
sympathy card.
I had to step away. So she is married?
She
Yeah.
is married with 2
Okay.
children.
Oh, wow.
Ashley Banfield, 70?
No way.
That's
Nah, she ain't that
Somebody
old.
in chat said.
I
Let's
can't
see.
believe.
No.
Wait,
No,
Newman,
no,
who
no,
is
no.
70? And Ray, did you want to come up? I know sometimes you have a hard time in chat. And it's easier for you to come up on panel. Hold on, let me put the. Wait, I want to know who Newman's talking about is 70.
He could be talking about I don't know if he's talking about Banfield or if he's talking about Martha Stewart.
I'm sorry, but many
Martha
moons,
Stewart.
about a good
She's still
10,
alive?
15 years ago, I was attracted to Ashley Banfield. She looks good for 55.
So she's
55.
55.
Nice.
She's 55.
She's 55.
Okay.
She was already Gilf, Ernest.
Okay. All right, Ray, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I hear
She's
you just
put a
fine.
Okay.
Welcome to the panel.
Hey, thank
Martha Stewart's, Roger's saying Martha's like 81. Is she that
Martha.
old?
Oh, bless her.
She's
I think-
old. That's why
That's what I thought. I heard 80, but I wasn't gonna throw on the shade like that if someone was saying 70.
I know she's up there, but I don't know exactly how old she is.
I know no woman's over the age of 28 anyways. You're all like eternally
thought it was
20.
29.
Oh, there you go.
Wait.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. Who had bets that Martha Stewart was 81?
That's what Roger was saying in chat, that she's like 81.
Who had bets
Give that man
Snoop
some roses,
got
a
that?
medal, or something. He's dead on.
Is
That
she
is
really that
wild.
old?
That's wild.
81.
Oh, wow.
And Snoop tapped that. You know
I
he
don't
did.
think so, but
You know he did. They got
I
high.
know they smoked weed together though.
Oh, someone has said in
that's
chat
probably
that
how
it's
it happened.
Martha that's 81. Martha Stewart. I do remember hearing that, I think, today.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I had to mute out for that way.
Well, she is on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition this time.
I did see that, but I'm gonna be honest. I thought that was fake.
I thought that was a joke.
I thought it was fake.
Well, we'll find out.
Somebody had posted it on, I think it was on Twitter, is where I seen it at. And I just, like I said, I didn't click on it and look at it really good, but I just took it as being a joke and kept scrolling.
I saw it on Facebook. I don't do Twitter.
See, you're missing out on all the good stuff on Twitter.
Nah. I
Get
have
it
too much
second
going
hand.
on as it is. I don't need to keep adding to it.
Does anyone come up with what? Something she reported wrong on. Wait, Bryan, who are you talking about?
Banfield.
Oh, well,
Or as another creator would call her beige field because she only wears beige mostly.
right.
We don't know what she was right or wrong on for sure, really. I mean,
Exactly.
anonymous sources aren't really
Not so anonymous.
concrete. Yeah, I mean, that's not as concrete as paperwork, you know what I mean? But
Callie Dime, apparently Martha Stewart is on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
No.
The swimsuit edition.
Yeah, the swimsuit.
No. Oh my God.
I mean, you got to admit those pictures look pretty good for an 81-year-old.
That's why I thought that it was fake. I thought they were photoshopped.
Oh, no.
But
Have
like
you
I
ever
said,
seen Martha Stewart on some of those Comedy Central roasts?
No, I don't watch stuff like that.
Oh my God!
Oh
it's
my
hilarious.
word.
Yeah, I either watch straight YouTube or we're watching some series that Troll is into. That's all we watch.
The Comedy Central roasts are all on YouTube. Go watch some of those.
With
Oh my
Martha
God.
Stewart in them?
Oh yeah, she's been in a couple.
I'll have to go check them out then.
The only time I don't watch YouTube pretty much is when my internet goes out. That's the only time real TV ever
Yeah.
comes on around me.
There's
King
only
Scarlet, that is true. She put their photoshopped all magazines are, but I literally thought that they photoshopped her onto the cover of the magazine because it was like multiple different poses.
But
Well, yeah,
they don't
they
have
do
to
a spread
Photoshop
on the
anymore.
cover model.
They just use filters.
I don't know. It may be her. I don't know.
Well,
One
we'll see
rule of
when
thumb
it comes out.
One rule of thumb to remember with the Comedy Central roasts: nothing is sacred.
Oh, that's a fact. They are hilarious.
Oh my God. No holds barred. That's all you need to remember. No holds barred.
Especially when you have Martha and Snoop on that panel.
Oh my
Okay,
good
well,
Lord.
Snoop is just a legend. We'll say that. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I knew that they photoshopped the pictures for them to look a certain way. I honestly thought it was fake whenever I seen it. I didn't read any more into it. But I mean, if she's 81 and she's on the cover, the swimsuit cover of Sports Illustrated, pretty impressive, I would have to say.
I agree. And I haven't even seen the cover yet.
Well, I haven't
Okay.
seen the cover. I just saw the photo shoot spread.
So is it Great Gilf then, or where are we going?
Yes.
Oh, God. I would
She
take
is.
Martha Stewart 100
would.
times out of 100 times over Little Liar, no doubt. I don't care.
That's a stuttering gilf, huh?
It's so
You got two
terrible.
G's.
Well, good for her. She deserves it. You know?
Okay,
it
so I got
terrible?
a question for y'all real quick before I forget my question.
Shoot.
Okay, so we know that the sheath was left beside Maddie on the bed,
Right?
according to
Beside,
the
under, whatever.
according to the PCA, it says beside of her. Okay, but they're coming out and they're claiming that this was like a large knife that did this to the kids. Do y'all think that possibly the sheath was planted on purpose to make law enforcement think that it was a K-bar knife and it was actually a different knife, so that way they are looking for a K-bar knife?
I got this one.
Go ahead.
Okay. In the coroner's report, you know, the woman in Moscow, Idaho, she said that the wounds didn't reflect or didn't match with the size of the sheath that was found. She indicated the wounds were from a much larger weapon. That's critical. I found it
Right.
on Inside Edition at some stage.
Okay.
So in their search warrants, they're also looking for sheaths. So if they already found the sheath, why are they looking for sheaths?
True. Because it did say in the search warrants for his apartment that they were looking for the any knives, sheaths, swords, all these different things, and then it said also any proof of ownership, and if there was any receipts that was found with these items on it, they wanted the receipts. And we know that they took 3 receipts, 1 from Walmart, 2 from Marshall's. Now, I don't know if Marshall sells knives and all that,
I don't think so.
but
Nah.
Walmart does. But could they have taken
Thumbs up.
the Marshall's receipt because of the clothing? Like maybe it was black clothing
Ski
that they found
mask.
on it?
Yeah,
something
ski
like
mask.
that would have been the reason why
Yeah.
they took it. Because there was
Yeah.
nothing else in that search warrant that said if you find a receipt with this, and this on it, to take that receipt. It was only for the knife, the sheath, the sword. What was the other one? Was it a dirk? Was that it? Or something like that? It was like 4 or 5 different things that was put in there that if you find a receipt with those items on it to get it. But maybe they brought that Marshall's receipt because of what black clothing, like you were saying, a mask or something like that.
Didn't you say last week or the week before that Ann Taylor was let back into his apartment and went in and grabbed a receipt and left?
Yes, he had signed a release form saying that Ann Taylor, she actually went twice. She went in the first time, uh, and so she could retrieve the key that belonged to WSU. I believe it was like the office key or something like that. Then he signed another release saying that she could go back and get his personal items. And whenever she went back in to get the personal items, she went in and I guess maybe he might have told her to go into the bathroom and get this receipt out of there. But the officer says she went into the bathroom, got a receipt out of there. She got a box that had contents in it that she couldn't see. Um, a computer monitor, I think, was it the flat screen TV? And I want to say there was something else, like some other receipts and books and papers and all that. But how would she have known that there was a receipt in there unless he would have told her that it was in there?
Yeah,
So
that's what he did.
I'm not positive, but you know how the prosecution has to turn over any exculpatory evidence.
Right.
The defense doesn't have to turn over anything, though, if they find something that proves he's guilty, correct? Like that receipt. If he had that hidden and he knew that they were looking for a receipt
Right.
because of the warrant and he knew he hid it and had her go
Right.
get it, she doesn't have to turn that over, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, no, I wouldn't think so. But why would they have missed it in the search?
Mhm.
Maybe he had it taped somewhere else. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they weren't
Under
very
a
good at
chair.
search.
That's a really good
Because
theory.
they're saying that it was she went into the bathroom in the cupboard and got it out. But if y'all remember, it also says that they found all of these red, orange, brownish looking stains all in the cabinets in his bathroom, on the medicine cabinet, around the mirror, and all that. So it seems like if they're searching his bathroom for all these stains, they would have come across his receipt. Unless he had it perfectly hidden where nobody could have found it except for her, and that's only because he told her exactly where it was at.
Yeah, but if he knew that, if he went through the trouble of hiding it, why even keep it?
Yeah. Why not burn it, right?
Right.
That's your best bet.
Can you imagine if he went and bought all that stuff, used it in the crime, washed it, and took it back and returned it?
Oh, that would be horrible.
Maybe he was. Maybe he's just a cost-conscious, murderer. Is Bryan Kohberger, and he returned everything
Because
afterwards.
there are sick people who would do that, and then you take it back, you get rid of the receipt, and then they usually give you a receipt where you've brought it back, or some stores will.
Mm.
Got rid of that
burn
as
it
well.
all.
Right.
Yeah.
That
a
that
good
would be
plan.
crazy, y'all. That if he would have wore these clothes, washed them like they're saying, took them back,
Retag
and then
them.
somebody
Yep.
else buys them.
Oh my God. Right. Now the DNA is completely messed up, right? Because now you've got both DNA mixed up on, unless you're really meticulous about how you handle the laundered clothes, your DNA
Right.
is going to get back
Sounds
on
like
there.
a perfect way to get rid of that stuff.
Right. And if they did track the clothes down, if they were taken back and they were able to track it down, just think of all the people who walked by those clothes in the store,
Ugh.
possibly touched them just by just looking at them to see if it was something they wanted to buy, possibly Bryan's DNA, the people who work there, like all these different people, now all their DNA is on this clothes.
But if he did return something, doesn't he have to sign something when he returns it?
I know Walmart, if you take certain things back, if you don't have a receipt, I believe you have to sign something. But if you have the receipt, I don't think you do.
Right. I mean, he could have taken the receipt, washed the clothes, taken the receipt, returned the clothes, and just said these didn't fit correctly. I just want to exchange them out for the right size. Went and got the same stuff in a different size and left. He wouldn't have to sign anything.
They still
Sure.
generate a ticket for it for
To
like
bring it back.
accounting.
Yeah, because they would have to say the reason
Supply.
why it was brought back. Yeah.
Wrong size.
Most of that ordering is like done electronic. It goes by the numbers.
Yeah. Because he could have said, it's the wrong size, for whatever was wrong with it. Like they would have to put that down. But that is just that's crazy.
You might not be able to clean blood off clothes, but if they're black clothes and you wash them, they might not see that stuff on it.
True.
Back to your question though, I think that whatever was used is like, number one, it's the most prized thing to whoever did this. It's not the prize thing is not their ID or their necklace. It's the thing that did it.
The
And yes, ma'am. And I think due to the fact that the knife sheath has nothing else on it except for single source DNA, and this is not the first time I've ever mentioned this, I think it was left there. And my very first problem with Bryan being the guy in the first place is that nobody with his background could possibly be stupid enough to operate in the ways that things happened allegedly. Like, you're not gonna, number one, in any like criminal 1A, let's say, like, you're not gonna go use your own vehicle to commit major.
Oh wait, what happened?
Oh, did I fall off or something?
Oh no, you're back now.
I might have hit the mute. I think I hit the mute button by accident because I'm like holding on to it when I'm not talking. But my problem to begin with was definitely that, I don't know Bryan. I don't know how he thinks, but he could be the nicest guy in the world, or he could be the wickedest person in his own time, in his own mind. I have no idea. But to me, it seems asinine is the word that comes to my mind for anyone with his background in school to be completely clueless and just like let his phone ping around and be seen on cameras all over, and like that's why there's been doubt in my mind to begin with. And then you couple that with single source DNA on a knife sheath that is laying next to the victims, apparently, were, as described by the medical examiner or the coroner, whichever medical examiner, I believe, as being an extremely bloody crime scene. And they've even talked about in paperwork about, blood flinging around and everything else, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
so like, and then another criminal 1A is like, if you're using a weapon, you wipe that shit down, you know what I mean? Like, you're not, it just doesn't make sense right from there. And then you add the people surviving and the 8-hour gap between calling the law enforcement and people calling over their friends, and apparently, I'm gonna guess, traipsing around the crime scene straight up. So like, the crime scene was tainted from before there was any investigation, most likely, in my opinion. And apparently so, since the call came from within the house, and made from a roommate's phone, but they won't divulge who the caller was. And then we've got
not that they did kind of say it was Hunter that made that.
They did kind of say that, but LE didn't say that. The PCA doesn't say that. And so far as I recall, it was kind of it wasn't corroborated very well, in my opinion. But my real point being that, like, there's a lot of circumstances involved, and I understand that the surviving roommates, like, I don't really feel it, but I can't negate the possibility that there might be some involvement due to the fact that in mostly any case that I've ever seen, the last people to have contact with the victims and the last people to know them to have been alive are automatically number one suspects beyond a spouse or significant other, and then they go from there, and
That's 100% true because the killer is the last person to see them alive.
Generally speaking, that does end up being the case. It's not always true. I do know of one case where the son was accused of making it look like a robbery and then deleting out his own parents. You know, I
Is
think
that
it was
the
his
one that was
parents.
in school? And is that the one that was in school and then came back and ambushed his parents when they came home from dinner?
Well, the what it ended up being was that the accused person was exonerated. You know, in the long run, they were exonerated from it, and the police were tunnel visioned on him because of the situation and circumstances. You know, and like when you really break it down, quite frankly, you know, Bryan could be a guy that was just driving around the town in his car. You know, if they can't put him coming in or out of that vehicle and they don't have a plate number and they just got a similar car to his running around town with some phone pings, you know, and, you know, I think due to this grand jury thing that there most likely is more to it at this point. However,
well, I mean, the fact that they threw out the sheet
Oh, we
tells
lost
me
him
that they
again.
have so much more that they don't even need the sheets. But I kind of thought that the sheets was what ended up eventually getting them the warrant to get him. So I don't know why they would throw it out, even if they have way more. I mean, I don't know if they just figure that the sheath DNA is easily explained away. But yeah, for that to get thrown out though tells me that they've got so much more that that's not even a consideration in their case anymore.
well,
Wait.
I looked up that Lamine motion, and it can be to include or exclude. But what they stated does sound like what you're saying, and then they denied the genealogy stuff too. So, I
Can
mean,
y'all
I
hear me?
agree with you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, because
Sorry, Scarlett.
no, Brad, you're fine. You were talking, Brad, and then all of a sudden it sounded like you went out, and Daylight's little thing had a thing going around, and I'm asking if y'all can hear me, and y'all couldn't, and then it came back up, and y'all were just carrying on the conversation. So
I hear you now, ma'am. I hear you.
apparently my internet went out for a second. So okay,
And
I
I'm
was
not
over
even
here just a cussing. Go ahead.
I'm not even gonna sit here and, you know, try to say that, you know, case closed because of any of that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he really is that stupid. I don't know the man. You know what I mean? A lot of people get degrees that I've met that I didn't think were very smart people. So I'm not negating that anything is possible.
Or
You know,
y'all.
It's true. That's true.
I just feel like it's highly unlikely for someone with his background to be quite so stupid. And
So what?
and if you switch it around, to, you know, Bryan's either a knowing accomplice or an unknowing accomplice to the fact, or even just a guy driving around the neighborhood, you know what I mean? Like, which is why I've been asking everybody everywhere, where did the information come from that he asked if others were arrested? Because if he's being arrested for 4 times homicide and he's asking if other people have been arrested yet, then that weighs more, I feel like, to me personally, than even the touch DNA on the knife sheath, or you know,
Yeah.
depending
It's
on what
like an
all else.
admission of guilt. It is.
What
It's
do
like
you
an admission
think?
of guilt.
What do you
It's
think?
a deflection straight away.
What do you think about this scenario that Bryan was the driver? Okay, took somebody
Possible,
there.
highly possible.
Okay, so the guy that goes in, or the person that goes in to do the job, he's sitting in the car. He takes the knife. He hands the sheath to Bryan. Says, "Here, take this. I don't need it." And then as he's getting out, he goes, "You know what? Give it back to me. I do want it." So now Bryan's touched it, right? But this guy's already got his gloves on.
Highly likely.
I mean, knowing all along that he wanted Bryan to touch that so he could leave it there.
I mean, he could have, if he was, even if he wasn't involved, anyone could have shown him that knife sheath, and
Oh no, yeah.
But then they got to put him driving around the neighborhood and stuff too. So, like, I agree with you. I think that maybe,
I've always said
it's skin cells. So if it's not an actual print and it's just skin cells, they could just brush that against his skin. They could just be like, "Here, touch this," or whatever. The DNA could get there. And
I've always said that the knife sheath, in my opinion, was the weakest part of their case in the PCA anyway. Only because that knife sheath DNA is very easily explained away just for a lot of things that you were saying just now. I mean, you can't prove when he touched it. You can't prove, that he left it there. You can't even prove he was at the scene with just this knife sheath.
How many other people's touch DNA was on it?
Well, apparently nobody's, because they didn't
single source is what single source. Yeah.
But what? Okay, so if Bryan was driving the car, and the way the car was driving, according to the PCA, they acted like they didn't know where they were going. But they're claiming that he had been there 12 other times. And they're claiming that he was stalking the house those 12 times. So if he'd been there 12 times, wouldn't he have known where to go to and how to turn around and where to turn around?
I don't know.
He
Maybe
could have gone somewhere within 5 or 10 miles for a cup of coffee or to buy a loaf of bread. Those don't mean anything.
There's no telling why he
number one answer.
There's no telling why he turned around that many times. I mean, maybe somebody was walking their dog and he didn't want to be seen. Maybe he saw somebody parking, or maybe somebody was showing it at home. I mean, there could have been a bunch of reasons why he went back and forth as many times as he did. And I don't really want to sit here and make excuses for whatever, because I 100% believe he's guilty. It's just that, I mean, there's all these little things could be explained. It's just, are you going to be able to explain them in a court of law that makes sense to the jury to give them probable cause not to convict him?
Okay, so let's just say there was another car, like you were saying. So could his attorney at that point say, okay, wait, you're claiming that my client's car is on this, but there's also another car. So how can you prove which car the suspect came from?
We don't know if I mean, you remember how we were talking a long time ago about how I was saying, why would he park back there? He's kind of stuck. And then you pointed out the fact that you can go out the back way through the apartment complex and not have to go back in front of their house.
Right.
Okay. I mean, maybe he was back in that area where he was going to park and he saw somebody pulling in from the other side, or the headlights, or somebody out on the stairwell, or somebody walking a dog, or anything like that could have made him think.
Spooked him, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
He might have run into someone else who had bigger eyebrows than him and got scared.
Yeah, that's another thing about all this. Speaking of bigger eyebrows, you got these kids over in the park. The kids over in the park right across the street. Short time, before all this went down.
With the cops over there and.
Yeah, so like they were enforcing their alcohol stuff that night, and so like there was literally, I don't know how long before, but there was law enforcement, within steps.
But those 3 guys they stopped in that thing with the body cam footage, one of them had the biggest eyebrows I've ever seen in my life.
Agreed.
So why is he not a suspect?
Oh my God.
I was wondering the same thing myself. You know what I mean?
But was he 5'10" or taller?
Slugs crawled on his face. He fell on the floor and on the ground, and some animal crawled on the top above his eyes.
Well, he didn't look like a killer to me. I'll say that much for him. You know what I mean? He looked like a guy who just had a beer in his hand and was like.
Did you see what his? No. Did you look at the beer cans closely though? They were the tall ones, and he held two together. They could have been empty, and inside was a knife.
I guess anything's possible, but
Call me Dave.
he didn't
Call me
seem very
Dave.
nervous. I'll say that.
Well, let's just hope on Monday when he has his plea that they make this trial soon and not later. I don't want to wait 2 years for this thing.
Oh, I thought it was going to be. It was bad that we had to wait till June the 26th. Like now, that's out the window.
Oh no, it's Monday now that he has his plea.
Yeah, but just the trial though, like
that's what I'm saying.
It's going to push that back now.
Yeah, if he waives his right to a speedy trial, it'll get pushed back to God knows when. But if he wants his speedy trial, it'll have to be, I think, what somebody said, maybe within 6 months.
It was 6 months.
I don't think though he's going to want a speedy trial.
He may want something, but I don't think that his counsel is going to let him.
Yeah, I think she's going to be like, no, we can't do that because I need more time to build my defense.
Build her defense. She's going to look at him cross-eyed and look at him and say, "You know how much money you're costing me by doing this speedy trial bullshit."
Right.
He can waive that later too. He can say that now and keep pressure on him. Yeah, so he can waive that at a later time, along with changing his plea if they bring in the death penalty.
Oh my God.
Well, with the grand jury, they don't have to show all their evidence. It's just like getting a warrant. They just have to show just enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm curious.
There's no defense. There's no defense.
No, well, you don't really.
There's no defense.
With a grand jury, you don't really get to put up a defense.
No,
They're
there
just
is zero
thinking
defense.
towards trial. If they got enough to take it to trial, that's all they're doing. So this is actually quicker than waiting as long as we were going to have to wait.
Yeah. But I believe in a grand jury that the jury members can ask questions.
Yeah, they can ask questions, but there's no defense. It's just enough evidence to go forward with a trial.
It's just
right. They examine
prosecutor.
the prosecution's evidence and decide whether or not.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
enough.
it was just the prosecution and the jury, and that was
And
it.
exculpatory evidence
Yeah.
too. I forgot that they have to include exculpatory evidence that they do know to have. And then they've got what was it? No, I don't remember. I'll have to think about it for a second. But they've got 60 days, to bring the death penalty charges if they're going to after the arraignment.
No, 30 days.
Is it only 30?
30 days, yes. Because if y'all remember, I kept saying if he has to enter his plea June the 26th when he goes for the prelim. And then they have 30 days from that day. There was only 30 days in the month of June. So by July the 26th, they would have to let him know if they're going to pursue the death penalty.
Yeah. And then that the way I see it and why I voted the way I did in the poll is that he's not going to change his mind about anything until then. And at that point, sadly, even if, some people, even though still claiming their innocence, still plead guilty at that point so that they won't actually be executed, which I don't know. I feel like that's a little controversial to me, but yeah, I think that if he was to plead out, so to speak, or to plead guilty at any point, it would be after that one and not before it.
Tony said that Bryan's vegan cookware will fly off the shelves. And real quick, Bryan Hoffman, please don't say nothing like that about yourself again, please.
I think he was talking about something about Bryan leaving a letter to his dad.
Oh, yeah. He was talking about Bryan in that one, but he had said something else later on about himself.
Yeah.
And now I literally got tears coming out of my eyes because of what he said. But anyway. Hey, Tim J, how are you? But yeah, I didn't catch on that he was talking about Bryan Kohberger in the first thing or whatever. And then when I went back up and was reading, I realized that. But even that would get him flagged from YouTube.
Oh,
See, I don't have to. I know you don't, Bryan, but still, don't think of yourself like that.
Vapor, was that you that brought up the possibility of him being the driver? Is that correct?
yeah. That was
Well,
just me playing devil's advocate. I don't believe that's true, but yeah.
Well, I know your feelings, bro, and that's cool. I respect them totally, but my longest running hypothesis is that that if he is involved, maybe he was doing a on the ground thesis for all we know. You know what I mean?
Observing, driver and observer.
Yeah, I
being
Right.
Kohberger.
I feel like one of my gut feelings was definitely that maybe these people off of Reddit got a hold of him and were like, "Why don't you ride along, man? Just ride along, and no one's ever gonna know shit. And touch this knife sheath real quick, and we'll be right back." You know what I mean?
Dave, and Ann, and Jeremy in the car.
Yeah. I just feel like, and then the timeline of being across town and all this other stuff, and then they misquoted, I think, in the PCA the other town that I can't remember the name of the town, but you know what I'm talking about, where it's an impossible distance basically, and obviously I think it was clerical error, as I like to call them, but yeah, I mean the whole timeline, we don't know even necessarily. I mean, I guess it depends on if you stick to the PCA, then I guess we know the timeline, right? So allegedly, but
yeah, allegedly.
But if you really look at it, I mean, everything is off kilter from the get-go with that 8-hour gap. You know what I mean?
That's the biggest thing that needs to be explained, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But and since the beginning, I've said that Bethany's going to be the key. I just don't know how, and so hopefully, I don't think she has any exculpatory evidence, but the fact that she has been more silent than anybody tells me that something's up with her, and I don't know what.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier in the chat, is that no matter what side you're sitting on, and you just proved it with what you just said, no matter what side you're sitting on, that 8-hour gap and calling people other than law enforcement first, and other people being there, maybe making the call if it was Hunter or whatever, because we don't necessarily know for certain, I don't think, at this point, but there's obviously something to that 911 call for them not to release it. There's got to be something to it, but yeah, that 8-hour gap is it's, there's no good explanation for that. And I think that as much as we've all tried to rationalize that at one time or another, out of including myself, you know what I mean? If you're in fear of your life, maybe you're hiding in a closet and you don't come out till the next day. I don't know. You know what I mean? People react to shit differently than other people do. But if you're trying to preserve your own life, I think if you and especially what you mentioned tonight, Scarlett, if she saw him walking out, then unless you think there's a bunch more people there or something, then why aren't you doing something?
Right.
Why aren't you checking on your friends?
Well,
And
they're going to have her phone records and everything she did that night. So, I mean, with the rumors of her texting or trying to call the roommates in the house, and then they're going to know who she called or texted to come over. Same
with Bethany. They're going to have all her phone records too.
Oh, yeah, true.
I don't know. I just can't wait to hear the evidence.
I still wonder what the actual times of death were. I mean, we have guesstimations, but not by what the ME said.
They're going to probably be between 4:10 and 4:30. I mean, we don't know how long they
If we
suffered
take their
or,
timeline,
huh?
it could have been. I remember at the very beginning, the timeline went as low as 6 a.m.
How long can you measure the temperature of the liver? Because I think that's got something to do with how they do it. If it's been
Well, they can, yeah, but the coroner didn't show up till like 6 o'clock that night.
the lead investigator didn't show up until 4 p.m. according to the records.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure really, because the house was. We don't even know how long those doors were closed up to the house to let in fresh air or cold air. I mean, I know it wasn't snowing there yet, but it was probably still in the 40s or 50s at night.
Or probably
Yeah.
colder, huh?
Well, it was probably colder than that.
We don't know if the heat was on in the house. Nothing.
In light of the said rumors and whatnot, I would like to see the toxicology too. And
Oh wait, but didn't the coroner say that the toxicology reports? What did she say about them? Like there wasn't
didn't
gonna be
have
no good
anything.
or something.
Basically, I thought it was something like they didn't add any importance to this case.
Yeah,
or something like that.
so then they must not have been very toxic at all. I guess, you know what I mean? Because they were out partying, right? I mean, some
Right.
of them were out partying and stuff, but that's another one of the, you got all this, where's the noise at from these people losing their lives? And when I try to rationalize that, the only thing I can think of is being in some kind of comatose state, at least some of them,
Yeah.
because sound travels, you know what I mean? Especially if people are allegedly sleeping.
And K-Mash makes a good point. The kids on the body cam footage that was in the Banfield when they got stopped by the cop, they didn't have heavy coats on. But if I remember correctly, they didn't even have they were all in short sleeve shirts, right? So maybe it wasn't that cold that night.
Well, the next day there wasn't snow on the ground.
No.
But also, when you drink alcohol, it makes you feel like you're hot, or some
True.
people it does. So
And they were running
or
around in the
crack
field
or
outside.
ecstasy or all of those drugs.
I mean, unfortunately, the toxicology reports that would matter are Bethany's and Dylan's, and I doubt that they took their blood for anything.
True.
And I used to walk around in shorts and flip flops in the snow, so it ain't a thing.
Oh my gosh. I would be freezing.
Oh, Scarlett.
Well, toxicology, all of them. The victim's got to be done too, so it gives them maybe an idea. I mean, it's not really going to help them with the prosecution, but it'll give them an idea of what might have happened.
Right.
Okay, Scarlett, I got to get up in 3 hours, so I'm going to jump off.
Okay.
But thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up, and I hope you have a good night.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be short.
All right.
Nap well, Vapor.
All right, you guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Later.
Let's see. Alcohol makes body temperature hot. Yeah, so maybe that's the reason why the kids out in the Banfield that night were running around in short sleeve shirts, because of we know that they had alcohol. They were caught with it. Some of them were. So
Well, that guy with the eyebrows, he'll never be cold.
Callie says, I don't see how the toxicology of the victims is relevant.
Toxicology of the victims could be relevant to see whether they're so drunk they would have been unable to defend themselves. If they were totally sober, then you'd think two girls might have been able to put up a decent struggle, and the ones downstairs and all that. I think they're all pretty wasted. And
Yeah.
if the killer was sober, makes it a lot easier if there's one killer.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it could in some way have some sort of information. They would have run them for sure.
all right, because I mean, I kind of see. I see where Callie Diamond's coming from. Also, it don't have any relevance, or it could at the same
Yeah, it
time. Like
doesn't, but
I
it
can
sort of
see,
does. Yeah,
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 I can see it
absolutely.
from both sides of it.
Well, I could see also them testing the survivors because they were the only ones in the house. I mean, they have to be the first
Oh, yeah,
people you
sure.
look at. And if they were high on PCP, somebody could have been whacked out and just lost their mind and, went uncontrolled.
Right. And Jen in chat wanted to know who thinks that Ellie has the weapon.
Nah, they ain't got it.
I don't think they do. But I mean, it's a possibility, and they just haven't put that out there. But I
I think
think,
they don't even know what the weapon is yet.
yeah, I think they just think a knife or some type of
There's
sharp
a
object.
mismatch between the sheath they found and the weapon they're looking for.
Unless they got it all, they're just holding their cards close to their chest.
Yeah, maybe they have, Ray. Maybe they have, man. We don't
Right.
know.
I mean, if they're not going to use the sheath, then they got to have something stronger than that.
I
But-
think they don't have it, or that they know for a fact that there's more than one if they do have it, because they're still looking for sheaths and knives everywhere he was at. And
Well,
that could still be relevant just because, it's the weapon in question, type of weapon in question. But I think the fact that they're like still looking for those items is a question.
yeah, King Scarlet thinks that they have something better than the weapon.
I'm thinking if they do have it, it's DNA evidence and it was either at his apartment or in his vehicle.
I agree with that, Ray.
Either that, or I want to say that maybe they found his DNA mixed with the kid's DNA, like the blood or something like that at the house. But you got to kind of go back and remember he went to the doctor like a few days after the murders happened, and they didn't say anything about any wounds or anything like that we know of.
But would they? Like, doctor, patient, all that sort of carry on?
Yeah, because there is a HIPAA rule to that.
Yeah. So, I mean,
the kids
maybe
at the college,
it's possible.
Because the kids at the college were, whenever they did interviews,
yeah.
they said that they didn't notice anything, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't some like on his chest, legs, back, something like that they just couldn't see because of clothes. So
Steve Congavis, I said they're wrong, but
Mr. Gonzalez,
Mr. Congavis, yes,
mm-hmm.
He said that there was a hell of a battle on that floor,
right?
And I think Ethan better look after himself. So, it just doesn't quite add up to me.
Because just think, Ethan was a big boy, and so
he's like
Bryan,
6'2" or 6'4". He's a big athletic sort of
right, very athletic. And then you've got Bryan, who was tall as well, a bigger guy.
He's not that tall. He's not that tall. They're saying he's tall. He's 6 foot tall in America.
I don't think he's 6 foot. Was he like 5'11" or something?
It said it on his license, or whenever he got the ticket. Remember when he was in Moscow and he got the ticket in, I believe it was August. But I don't remember. It had his height on there, but I don't remember what it said. But I thought it was like 6 foot something. But I mean,
think
6
foot.
About
5'10", 6 foot. Is that tall? Is it? I
6
consider
foot.
that average for a male.
6 foot here to some people is tall for a guy.
Didn't we just look up average and it was like 6'10" or 5'10" and a half?
I believe that's about right.
Average American man.
I looked up the shoe size. Let me look up.
Oh yeah, that was a shoe size. That was 10 and a half.
Anything over 6'2" is pretty tall in America, I'd have to say.
So,
average.
Like Kaylee says, he did some running. He also did a bit of boxing. He looked like a crack fiend. And there's one photo of him where he looks like his teeth are about to fall out. He looks terrible. Like he's about to die. And I think he must have been the heroin or the crack then. But earlier he was a fat boy, and then later he I think he put a bit of muscle and shit in the right places. So he's not a unit.
Yeah, that's when people claim that he started bullying people and stuff, like
Right.
people that knew him and whatnot.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're doing height to testosterone training and stuff, so it's probably about right.
All right, so I Googled it real quick just to see what the average height for a man in the United States is, and it says the average height is 5'9". However, the majority of the males are between 5'5" and 5'7".
What the?
I'm 5'7".
Whoa.
I thought it's like
Whoa.
6 foot and above is like the top 10% of males.
So whenever I look at somebody who's 6 foot tall, to me they're tall. But it's saying 5'9". So
I did notice when they were taking him in Pennsylvania to the van, only the hot cop was about the same height. All the other guys looked like midgets to me. Looked like something from Lord of the Rings.
yeah, because if you look at the picture or the video whenever they were bringing him into court the first day in Pennsylvania, all them guys there are shorter than him.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I could recognize that cop as hot, but a gay friend of mine said he's hot, so I'm going to take his word for it.
Okay, yeah, I gotta catch up in chat before I get out of here. Let's see. I don't think I really missed anything or anybody in chat. 5'9", that's not tall. No, I mean, to me, it's anybody over 6 foot. Like, there's women in the U.S. My mama's over 6 foot tall. To me, my mama's
That guy
like a
guy
giant.
in the WNBA, he's like 6'9".
Yeah.
That's tall.
Let's see. Wait. What a baby. What do you mean you've said nothing? Duh. Okay. I had to watch White Little Baby sometimes. She'd be confusing me. Let's see. We've been good and quiet. Oh, y'all, I'm fixing to have to get out of here. I'm so tired. I wish I was taller. I'm only 5'6". Callie Dime, you're only an inch shorter than I am. Oh, Lord. Okay, wait, little baby, I know what you're talking about now. Let's see. But yeah,
I'm definitely looking forward to Monday as well.
Me too. I can't wait.
Actually does happen.
We've literally just for him to plead, we thought we were going to have to wait till June the 26th. Now it's just a few days around the corner.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very interesting. If for whatever reason the judge changes it and allows it to be live streamed, I will be live streaming it. If not, and it stays the way it is right now, then I will just have to play it that afternoon or that night, the video of what went on in court. Crying crazy is because I'm so tired.
How'd they get these jurors in such short order?
I don't know how they do the grand jury thing.
And isn't it only like 9 jurors? I don't think it's like a full set of 12.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to Google that because I'm gonna be honest. I don't know about the whole. Okay, let's see.
I feel like the grand jury thing is a little kangaroo-ish, to be honest, just because it doesn't include both sides having anything to say, you know what I mean? Or something to say. But
okay,
hopefully I'm wrong.
Myself, it kind of feels like dirty tactics on the prosecution because they didn't divulge all the evidence they were supposed to when they were supposed to, and now they dumped it on the defense and then slapped them with the grand jury right after.
Yeah, I mean, they could have convened this grand jury weeks ago, I would imagine, without us knowing that. Because I think it was actually someone that you were going to have on your channel last night that pretty much broke that news around town.
I was. Are you talking about Sleepy?
Yeah, that's the first that I heard of it. Was somehow from that direction, and that was that the preliminary hearing was canceled, and then people derived from that it must be the case. Other people other than her that I watch, Tragos specifically, and then it came out today. I can't remember when I watched something on his channel last night, early this morning, real late last night, maybe even, I don't know. But yeah, and then it came out today that, and ironically, who did this information come out from? It was Steve. It was the Gonzalez family attorney, as far as I know, that kind of released that information. And so I don't know how that works.
Well, like I said, I woke up today, and I woke up super late, and I get a message from White Widow Baby that says, like, did you hear that Bryan's prelim has been canceled? And I went straight to the Idaho website. There was no court documents whatsoever about it. And I'm like, I don't know where she's seeing it or anything. And I let her know that there's no court documents. Well, I jump on Twitter, and the first thing I see is somebody had shared Ashley Banfield's tweet saying that her sources have let her know that the preliminary has been canceled and that a grand jury had indicted Bryan Kohberger. And at first I was like, oh shit, her sources, and I didn't believe it. And then I kept just kind of going through Twitter, and I seen where Sleuthy had posted about it. I seen like several other people had posted about it. And then I jumped back to the Idaho website, and there's like all of these documents then that they had dumped on the site or whatever. And that indictment was in there. And, if I have several people, Sleuthy being one, or just people that I know that dig deep into stuff, and they put out, good content or good information or whatever, I will completely believe over Ashley Banfield and her sources.
Yeah, Sleuthy's definitely on point. I definitely appreciate it.
Let's see what else. What does WWB stand for? Rosie, it's just White Widow Baby. She's in here. She's just under a different name. I've been training for the moment my whole life. I could click through every bit.
Allegedly.
Give us all the evidence. King Scarlet, it would be nice if we could see the evidence. White Widow Baby, have a good night.
Good night, FAFO.
Let's see. Let me just catch up one more time real quick in chat because I'm going to have to get out of here in just a second. I'm like super tired. My dad was on a grand jury. He was the foreman, so I can go pretty quick. I try to look it up, but everything that I was looking up for as far as like how many people were on a grand jury, and it keeps bringing up the federal grand jury. Hey, Big Al, how are you? You will never catch up. It's a myth. Big Al, are you feeling any better? Don, have a good night. Let's see. I saw Ashley, so I wasn't sure until I saw Tragos. Yeah, I really didn't believe Ashley to begin with, because she literally put her sources. The sad face doesn't look too good, Big Al. No, I'm more confused because they call. Oh no, Rosie, White Widow Baby is her actual name in here. She just changed it to the other name.
Well, you're still with us, Big Al, so it's all about healing now, right? If I remember correctly.
Yep.
And amen to that, and speedy recovery to you, my friend.
Let's see. Ashley's lost all credibility since Gabby. Shame she's sort of saucy and Bryan loves her. Yeah, I didn't really watch her during Gabby's thing. I mostly watched Bryan during the whole Gabby thing. I didn't really start watching Ashley until I guess this case. I mean, I'd watched her for other stuff, but I think it was mostly whenever I started covering this. Rosie, you're very welcome, honey. Oh, hold on. I gotta grab my phone for a second. Hey, S1, how are you? See, the case is turning into a real shit show for something that has yet to even really get going. This whole case is just crazy, honestly.
We've kind of known that all along, though.
Right. It's like a roller coaster of craziness. Some days there's nothing going on, and then other days it's like a whole
Like a dump.
Yeah, like all the document dumps. Yeah, like all the search warrants that they did for all of the that I had to go through. It took me like I think 3 days to go through them all and all that, and then you may go a week and there not be nothing.
Yeah, the one thing that I do agree with about the grand jury thing, even though, like I mentioned, I think it's a little skewed since the defense takes no part in it, but in spite of us not knowing, it is keeping the world from knowing the greater details of the case, which will help to keep, in my opinion, the jury from being completely tainted. And I think a lot of that has to do with wanting to keep the venue where it's at, and to keep the case as impartial as possible to those jurors that indeed do get selected.
Right.
Yeah. Because none of us are going to know until the opening statements, really. I mean, so it would seem.
True.
But yeah, I definitely appreciate being on. It was good chatting with everyone, and love all you guys. In spite of different opinions or anything else, doesn't matter to me. I personally, I don't know. I don't even know where I stand. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I'm not convinced very much either way, even knowing everything that has been divulged.
Mhm.
And hopefully it'll be. I'm hoping that it will at least be like that for most, and hopefully all of the jurors. Will like not go into it with a pitchfork and a torch in the other hand. And
Yeah.
I hope he does get a fair trial, regardless of whether he is truly innocent or guilty. And more than that, I still, as I've said many times, I hope and pray, and I mostly pray that any and all people that were involved in this heinous crime are caught up and brought in and duly processed. Whether it's just him or whether it is multiple people, which I definitely have had my doubts. But regardless of my feelings, that's what my real feelings are, and that, and like I'm a firm believer in the rights that we do have and that we're supposed to have, even if they aren't being enforced properly in other cases of our constitutional rights.
Right. Because I mean, if you think about it, if he doesn't get a fair trial, and then there's no justice for the victims or the family. Now, if he goes through and he has a completely fair trial and all the evidence are presented and he is found guilty that way, then you have complete justice for the family and for the victims.
Yeah.
You know,
And that's the only solace that they're ever going to have, pretty much. So
right?
I definitely pray for them to get that.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's-
My
But
opinion, I always think just truth and justice. I
right.
want the truth to come out, and I want justice to be done.
amen. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here. I'll be the first one. I'm not into Minnesota goodbyes, even though I'm sitting in Minnesota at the moment.
All right.
But love y'all, and catch y'all the next one. I'll be
Okay.
here anyways in the chat, but
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a wonderful night.
likewise, and thank you as well.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. Much love, everyone.
All right.
Bye.
You too. Okay. King Scarlet. As of right now, the judge is saying that he's going to allow one person of the media in to do a camera, one person for still shots, and one person for audio. But it also says in the order that the proceedings cannot be live streamed from the courtroom, and that the audio, still shots, and the video will be the whole pool of media people that's going to be there. They will have access to it. So more than likely, unless the judge changes that order and it allows it to be live streamed, then we won't get to see it until after the court proceedings. So probably later on that afternoon.
Couldn't you just run it on a delay?
The name of the judge is Judge.
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 He
Yeah,
won't take no crap.
And so Ray, you were saying about a delay. I don't know. I don't know how if he's gonna allow even that. Hey Duncan, how are you? Because I know that at King Scarlet, you're very welcome. At 9:00 that morning is the arraignment. Then at 10 and 11, they're doing the motion hearings for the Gonzalez family and the media coalition thing for the gag order. Let's see. The whole innocent until proven guilty thing throws some folks for a loop. Yeah, Roger. But I mean, that's how it is in the U.S. Is everybody's presumed innocent until they are proven guilty in a court of law. Even though we all think that he's guilty.
Hey, don't say we all.
Well,
You gotta prove it to me.
right. Some
He's
people
innocent.
Yeah.
yes, some people
Evidence.
think that he's guilty. But still, he does, as an American citizen, he has the right to go through the whole judicial process and have his day in court. And he has to have the
It's
trial
falling
with
apart. The whole thing's falling apart.
yeah. He gets his day in court. He gets to go and have the evidence against him presented to a jury of his peers, and they get to then, based on the evidence, decide if he's guilty or innocent. So Gabby was horrible quality. Verdict should swiftly follow by execution. I mean, yeah, if they prove it 1000% that he is guilty and then he is given the death penalty, then yeah. But he does have appeals.
He's got appeals, and those last 3 years.
So he gets like so many appeals, and I do believe that he has a certain amount of time for those appeals to be done and all that. So,
If they come out with a true slam dunk in evidence, I'll be the first to jump on his back. I'll help them out with the extermination. But at this point, everything's falling apart.
True.
So presumption of innocence is probably the civilized way to go about it, but this is what happened.
So, I just hope that if he is truly the person, they have the evidence to prove it, and then that way the victims get justice, the families get justice, and if there's anybody else involved in this, I hope that they find them and they're brought to court as well. Let's see. See, he's not guilty yet. It's not anything but hearsay at this point. Okay, and Big Al thinks that the only peel that he deserves is a banana peel. So, yeah, I got to get out of here. I am super tired.
I'm trying to get super tired.
Yeah, I
I'm doing
slept
my
last.
best impression of Bob Marley.
I mean, I slept last night, but I'm still like that headache yesterday just wore me out. See, I find it very hard to believe that they don't have what they need to convict. I can imagine that they would have went forward without it. I
We
mean,
don't
I
know
think
what
that
they have.
yeah, I think that's what a lot of people have an issue with is that we don't know what they have. We only know what they basically put in the PCA. But the only facts, honestly, that we know is that 4 kids were brutally murdered, and we know what they have put in the PCA to obtain the arrest warrant. And there's there was a grand jury that indicted him on 5 charges, and that he has an arraignment Monday. Like everything else, we don't know. It's just kind of speculations and opinions and all that at this point. Crumb Crazy, you're very welcome, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know you've been super busy with all of your businesses and stuff.
I still think if they're not going to use that touch evidence and the genealogical evidence, would that not discount the warrant? Because
I
they
don't know.
used that to get the warrant.
I don't know how that would work. I mean, because that's what they literally used that DNA in the trash, the DNA from the trash at his parents' house. That's what they used for the PCA to get the arrest warrant. So I don't know.
All right, guys. I'm going to let you go. You
All
have a
right.
wonderful evening, morning. I love you all.
All right,
And
Ray, you too.
I'll pop
Thank you
in
for
again.
coming up.
Yeah, I was just actually surfing and didn't even notice you were on until just when I popped in.
Yeah, well, anytime that you're in chat, because like I said, I know you have a hard time in chat sometimes with typing and stuff. Anytime I'm live and you want to come up, just put it in chat and let me know, and I'll drop a link for you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Bye, Rob.
All right, have a good night. Let's see. No, because they can use it as long as they get a second source to confirm the DNA. Okay. Slept too much yesterday. I slept a lot yesterday. Well, last night, but I'm still super tired. So I think I'm fixing to get out of here, y'all. Tony, thank you so much for coming up and joining me on panel. It was nice having you up here. Sleep. What is a Big Al? Honestly, I don't know. That's the reason why I didn't go live last night. I had a really bad migraine yesterday, and I laid down, and I wasn't planning on going to sleep, and then I ended up falling asleep and didn't wake up till like 12:30 this morning. All right, so I'm about to get out of here. Tony, are you still up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can hear noise in the background, so I'm fixing to go ahead and end it. But thank you so much for coming up on panel with me.
Been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope you have it's daytime where you're at, right?
Right now, it's 8:20 p.m. on Thursday, the 18th of May.
Okay, well, have a good night.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Let's see. Big Al, I hope you have a good night. I hope you're feeling better or get to feeling better. Let's see. Praying for absolute evidence or he may easily walk. Rosie, I hope that they have what they need to get a conviction. Honestly. Sweet Melissa, I hope your headache gets better. Mine was pounding yesterday. Let's see, 6:30 p.m. Crime Crazy. I can always keep up with yours because you're 15 hours ahead of me. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me, all my panel guests, the new members. Thank you so much. 2 hours behind Tony, so 17. He's 17 hours ahead of me then. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful day, morning, night, wherever you may be. I will be back tomorrow night. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Yeah, everybody who is sick and not feeling good, I hope y'all all start to feeling better as well. We're going to keep you all in our prayers. Keep Big Al in your prayers as well. And I'm going to be out of here. So I will talk to y'all all tomorrow.